2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. I'm just here to remind you that we are still going through an eclipse season. That eclipse cycle is going to continue until we get to that full moon that we've got coming up in just a few days on August 28th. That's going to be a full moon in Virgo season. It's going to be a Pisces full moon. I personally love a Pisces full moon in Virgo season because it's working into the ability to find a better perfect. It's also a deep investigation on what it means to identify perfect. Perfect is subjective, right? We often hear the word perfect thrown about, failing to recognize that there needs to typically be a qualifier by which one is effectively identifying what one is trying to perfect. And this is often how we work to heal and resolve trauma within us, because what often occurs when we're externalizing that feeling of perfect, right? When we feel like we're being bludgeoned or beaten by other people's sense of perfectitude, then we often fail to recognize and identify the shape of what perfect means to the self. So that ability to effectively allow this to be a full moon by which one is able to contemplate on what one's sense of perfection is. It's a beautiful moon to be able to work into the context or the understanding of what it means when we're working towards healthy manifestations, which is the observation of not just only wanting things, but being able to understand the shape and nature of what we desire. Because, and this is why we talk about the journey of healthy manifestation often leading us to the higher self, because as we're moving towards a healthy manifestation, we can often see ourselves with more clarity. And that clarity is beautiful. It allows us to be energetically fortified within it. But it's also very difficult because there's a lot of healing that we often experience upon in the lead towards it, right? The work or the journey that we effectively identify and understand as it relates to the quality and the condition of not only our highest sense of purpose, but also the experiences that potentially traumatized us when it felt like we did not necessarily understand ourselves, we didn't understand our own sense of purpose, or we're working through the experiences by which we understand and identify that purpose is something that we don't find outside the self, but something that we effectively find within. It's never easy, right? It often can feel very rigorous. It often creates those modalities or those experiences by which we're working through things with a lot of tenacity. But that tenacity also allowing for the state and nature by which we're able to articulate to others why things are important to us. Now, at the same time that we're going through this process and leading into that full moon, we've got a lot of density here. Because I have to point out, pretty much every single planet right now in Aries is in retrograde. This can sometimes create feelings of energetic exhaustion. This can create feelings of weariness. This can even create some feelings of hopelessness, and maybe even working through the context of dread, because you have to recognize that when a planet is in retrograde, it's not necessarily negative, but some planets, when they're in retrograde, can feel a little bit heavier, and particularly and especially when we are working through both Neptune and Saturn in retrograde in Aries, this can create a lot of intensity, particularly as it relates to time, which is what Saturn effectively helps us with, and memory. So, making sure that one is not dwelling, but allowing for the space and nature by which that observation of energy allows one to be fortified as it relates to the direction that one is headed, building into that context of productivity that yields healthy, right? Healthy identification as it relates to processes, as it relates to communication, as it relates to deliberation. I also want to point out as well, one of the things we also see is, particularly when we're working through energy like this, we sometimes can get frustrated as it relates to feeling like there's a lot to do and not enough time to do it. One of the things I'd like to remind you of, and we kind of see this with both Leo, with both Jupiter and Mercury in Leo, which is basically the understanding that if something feels like it's too overwhelming, right? Breaking things into smaller pieces, right, allows for the impossible to become possibility, right? It's all a matter of energetic perspective. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective reads. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also I encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be happening on September 17th on a Thursday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 4 cards of the minor arcana. Now, if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the materials are there for you to receive as you're ready to receive them. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I've tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we navigated that potentially felt a lot like a full moon. I'll have one out shortly on the full moon we've got coming out shortly. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective reads. We have 2 individuals today who have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. But if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 3rd person read for today and the 1st person to be read for once we finish the daily collective. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. So good to see you today, guys. Welcome. How you doing today, Denise? Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Dada. So good to see you. And thank you for getting the #1 viewer badge today. Thank you for those likes. Appreciate it. And Adam, so good to see you as well. Let me know how you're doing today, Dada. Let me know how you're doing today, Adams. How you doing today, Ivana? I've got you on the list. Ryan, so good to see you as well. Welcome, Avatar. Happy Friday, Melissa. Happy Friday, Per. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. Oh, Melissa, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Thank you for those heart knees, Per. I'm glad, listen, I need to point this out right now. Adam's better out than in, right? This type of energy can create, like the best thing I can describe, I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're having bursts of exhaustion or bursts of emotion. Allowing both of those to effectively just fortify you is going to kind of help right now, right? That's what we can expect with both Saturn and Neptune in retrograde. Thank you for those bocce, Ivana. And thank you for the gift, that beautiful gift as well. Ella, thank you for sharing the live and thank you for reposting. Excellent. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, just a reminder that you can also get on the list today via our tree that has links in it in our bio. How you doing today? How you? Welcome, Night. Good to see you. We're in the States. How are you doing today, Beard? Welcome. Hi there, dear. Thank you as well for joining us today, Kendra. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to go right into it. We're going to get started first and foremost with those who have priority today. We have 2 individuals who have priority today. The first person who has priority is going to be Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Julia, oh my gosh, wishing you safe travels. I gotta move Strega's bed. She's getting very, I can already see her. She's gonna create a stink if I don't. Hold on, I'll bring her over to say hello too. Hold on. I see you. I know. I hear you. Come here. Come. I know. I don't want to hear it. Come say hi to everybody. I know. Okay. Come say hello. Before we get started. Are you gonna be good today? Are you gonna be good? Is she gonna be good today? Is she gonna be good today? I know. She's such a little meatball. I know. She's got such a belly. I know. Okay, I know. Thank you. I appreciate that too. She didn't give me kisses. All right. You're stuck to my sweater. All right. You go live your best life. All right. Be good. Don't be evil. All right. No, she's not always good. All right. Let's be perfectly clear. I've gotten some like books that have been eaten here that would testify to the fact that she's not always good. She likes eating books. It's a big problem. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm so glad that made your day, dear. Excellent. So good to see you today. All right. And we're starting today with a dream interpretation. Absolutely love it. Let's pull it up. And you guys know what we do before we do a dream interpretation here. Well, first and foremost, we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the hind. We'll do it again after the next reading. I got to point out, she actually has not touched the collective books. That's something that's very noteworthy. Whoever, that was a very good point. Mm-hmm. There might be, I think there might be one. I think there might be one that I've seen that's got marks in it. But the fact that there's only one with bite marks in it is what is telling. You know? Mm-hmm. Oh, I love that avatar. Mm-hmm. No, I mean, yeah, I've had to have some arguments with her about some of the things that she's been eating. Yeah, it's very frustrating. Yeah, it's true. No, it's very true, Julia. I do feel like she sometimes feels like she's helping. She's like, I'm helping. I'm like, that's a word for it. Oh, I had to convince my mother to do so, Cola. You just gotta convince her. Excellent. Absolutely. Oh, I know. I can't bring. Listen, she gets too. If I bring her back too many times, Gold, then she gets very like snappy. So, but she's very happy now. She's got her seat in the sun. She's watching us read. She sometimes comes over when we're doing readings, depending on the reading. Especially with my private clients. I know a few individuals who had privates with me have seen it when Strega makes an appearance in the reading. Okay, so as I mentioned, we are starting. We've got two individuals who have priority today. We're starting right now with Per, and we're going to be beginning the reading with a dream interpretation. You know what guys do when we have a dream interpretation? We bust out the dream coconut. Ooh, let's get to it. How you doing today, Nemo? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to pin up her here. I like how you started this. I would really appreciate to find out what this shadow work dream is all about. I suppose it's shadow work. Well, let's find out, okay? I spent in the dream, you were spending several days in a large warehouse with a group of men. I don't remember that much about it, but I do remember that we had a lot of fun. I also know that I had a romantic connection with one of them, but I can't remember anything about that either, except that the two of us went out for dinner and I had made my own sushi roll, which I had hung on a clothes hanger and brought with me to the restaurant. Huh. The warehouse had two alcoves niches that served as rooms with no doors on the left hand side when you entered. There was a coffee machine in the first alcove, and that's where the men slept. The second alcove had a single bed for me. I went to bed in my alcove and woke up in the middle of the night. I saw something moving on the hanging lamp. It was the tail of a snake. I started feeling uneasy and began to think how to handle this situation. At that moment, a lynx jumped down from the lamp and landed on top of me, like cats do sometimes. I was relieved that it wasn't a snake and tried to stay still so I wouldn't scare the lynx away. When I woke in the morning, I knew the group of men had already left because they had somewhere else they needed to be. My plan was to get out of bed, make some coffee, and leave as well. As I walked toward the first alcove to make coffee, a flatbed cart started rolling next to me on its own. It made me feel uneasy, but I tried to calm myself down. It's probably just a coincidence. I was about I was all about act like nothing happened, act cool and collected, walk slowly. When I got to the silver coffee machine, I couldn't find the portafilter needed to make the coffee. Had I taken it with me to the restaurant the night before? At some point, I thought, oh, forget coffee. Well, you used a more flowery word than forget coffee. There's way too much paranormal activity going on here. I'm leaving and still acting cool without running, walking slowly. Hmm. And I'm going to pin up her here. Guys, make sure to give her some love. Oh, thank you, Nemo, for confirming. I appreciate it. All right. I got you. I'm going to pin up her here. Guys, make sure to give her some love. Okay. So the dream potentially has a lot to do. I mean, it's interesting that you thought it was a shadow work dream because it's actually coming through to me as a guide dream. And there are some indicators as to why this is potentially a guide dream. The first one is you identified the fact that that you were in a large warehouse with a group of individuals, okay? And you identified the fact that you couldn't remember much about what you were doing. You just knew that you were having a lot of fun doing it. You also recognize the fact that one of those individuals you had a romantic connection with, but you said you couldn't remember anything except that you went out for a meal and you had made, now this is important, okay? You stated that you had made your own food, okay? That you had hung on a clothes hanger and brought with you to the restaurant. Now, let's pay a lot of attention to that because this is very important. Because what? You did you did what now? You identified that you had made your own food and you had hung it on a clothes hanger that you brought with you to the restaurant. Now, there's a question here, right? Which is, and this is interesting because this question helps us to effectively unlock the dream to a certain extent. What would be a situation or circumstance wherein you would make food that you would then hang and bring with you to a location? There's a simple answer to it. And it does make sense, but only under one context. There's only one context by which you would make food and bring your own food and you would hang it on a clothes hanger and bring it with you to the restaurant is if you were the chef. If you were the chef. So what we're effectively seeing is working into, and this is why we see that this is a guide dream, because what you're identifying in the guide dream is you are in a warehouse with all of your guides, and the only thing that you can't remember much, but you remember you were having fun, and the only thing that you can remember is the fact that you were with your divine counterpart in the dream space, and that you had gone out for a meal. But the space by which you made your own food and you brought it with you to the restaurant is working into the work. And this is how the guides are explaining the importance of what you're doing, because pay attention to how, and this is what's beautiful about a healthy manifestation goal. A healthy manifestation goal gives us things that we didn't even recognize we were moving towards, right? So here you are working with your guides, right? Here you are doing the internal work of working with your guides. And what are you finding? You're finding the ability to move closer to the ideal relationship. Why? Specifically and particularly because in the observation and the context by which you are learning to make your own, you're making your own nourishment. So you're working with the guides and you're learning to make your own nourishment. You're finding yourself nourished. And what is it leading to? It's leading you to a relationship that similarly nourishes you. So this brings you into the identification of the fact that the warehouse that you identified there had two alcoves or niches. And that's where you said that those guides were sleeping, right? Your second alcove had a bed for me. I need to point out, we also see indications of the fact that these are guides. Why on earth would other normal, like, the identification point that these are angelic guides is further amplified by the fact that you said that there were alcoves and niches with rooms with no doors, but the qualification by which you knew that that's where, right, that's where the guides were sleeping in the first alcove, right? But you identified the fact, and I need to point this out, there's nowhere for anyone to sleep in the first alcove. There's just a coffee machine, which means your guides never rest. Okay, your guides never rest. That's why there's coffee in there. The guides don't need rest. They're always working. They're always working on your benefit. They're always working at your behest, right? And the second alcove had a single bed for you. You then said you went to bed in the alcove and you woke up in the middle of the night and you saw something moving on a hanging lamp. And you identified that it was the tail of a snake. And you said you started to feel uneasy and began thinking about how to handle the situation. At that moment, you identified that a lynx had jumped down from the lamp and landed on top of you. Well, the thing about it is, this is the conversation. This is the same dream that you had the first time in a different purview. The first time you were seeing it from the perspective of the self. The second time you're seeing it from the perspective of the guides. Because you see, and you effectively identified it, okay? The reason you identified this is because you said, I went to bed in my alcove. I went to bed in my alcove in the middle of the night, right? And you said you saw something moving on a hanging lamp, and it was the tail of a snake. So did you notice how you identified in the second part of the dream? You never identified which alcove. You never identified which alcove you were in, but then you also revealed it. Do you see how you revealed it? Because the observation of understanding that the quality and the condition by which, and I like to point this out, you misperceived, right? You misperceived what you were seeing as a coffee machine. But the coffee machine is the same thing that you're seeing in the first part of the dream, which is a lamp, right? You identified a lamp that has something on it that is energetically transfiguring or changing. And what did we see was happening in the first part of the dream? In the first part of the dream, you identified that you had hung something, right? You had hung a sushi roll on a clothes hanger, but you brought it with you to the restaurant. It's the same image, but you're perceiving it from the perspective of the guides, because the same thing that you saw in the first space now looks to be what is energetically hanging, and you identified it as the tail of a snake. But then the snake effectively turns into a lynx. So this is the journey of your own transformation that you're seeing, the same one that was identified in the first part of the dream, which is the identification of working with the guides. You're working with your guides to learn how to nourish the self, and that is bringing you into healthy relationship. So the second part of the dream is a replication point of the first part of the dream, but in a different context, and that is the identification point of seeing a moving lamp that was the tail of the snake. But you have to understand that when you said it was the tail of the snake, you didn't mean the tail of the snake, because that is a misnomer, because snakes don't have tails. Snake is all tail. Tell me where the tail of a snake begins. I'll wait. What part of the snake is the tail? Okay? And this is the journey of transformation, because the journey of transformation is, you can never tell, right? You can never tell when you're transforming, because it's perpetual. So it's the observation of the fact that you're seeing your journey from the perspective of the guides, which is not the tail of the snake. It is the tail of the snake, which is T-A-L-E. Okay, T-A-L-E, the tail of the snake, which is the observation. And this is important too, because why are the guides showing that in the context of a snake? Because snakes go through shedding processes, right? Snakes are often associated with transformation, and the journey by which we effectively transform is the work that we effectively do as we go through our healing journey. So that's why you saw the observation of working through, right, what you identified as the tail of a snake, but you said you started to feel uneasy and began thinking about how to handle the situation. But before you were even worried about handling it, it wasn't a snake anymore. It was a lynx that jumped from the lamp and landed on top of you, as cats sometimes do. And you said it when you were relieved that it wasn't a snake, and you tried to stay still so that you wouldn't scare the lynx away. And then you identified that when you woke in the morning, you had no, and so why do we see, right? Why do we see the association point between the snake and the lynx? Because lynx, meaning Links, not lynx, lynx, right? Because it's the observation and the understanding that when you are effectively working through circumstances and situations, right? What did we say was happening in the first part of the dream, right? That there are journeys by which we move towards one manifestation, and we find surprisingly there are other manifestations that arrive to us in the journey of moving towards a main manifestation, which is similar to what you identified was happening in the first part of the dream, which is there you are just minding your business, trying to heal with your guides, and your guides are teaching you how to nourish yourself. And what are you finding? Consequentially, you're finding a healthy relationship that nourishes you, because ask and you shall receive. What you give to yourself, you're able to find in the world around the self. So that's what you're potentially identifying is occurring in those experiences, navigating and recognizing the observation of the work that has, right, energetic benefits to it. So that is working through the uncomfortability, right? There's the uncomfortability of the healing journey, right? Your guide's effectively showing it to you as like feeling uneasy and working through one's own sense of transformation. And then, right, finding energetic connections to things that are effectively healing in consequence, right, to your own healing journey. Now, this then identifies, as you stated, that you woke up in the morning, and I like to point this out, all of that was happening in a dream space. Why do we know that that was happening in a dream space? You were having a dream within a dream, because then you said you woke up in the morning, right? So that was a double dream that you were having. That was a dream that you were having in the dream space that was the identification of how your healing appears to your guides, right? And then you said you woke up in the morning and the group of individuals had already left because they had somewhere else they needed to be. Okay. Working through the journey of, again, if these are angelic guides, they probably have a lot of they're very busy. Okay, they're very busy. They got a lot of stuff to do, right? And so that's why you identified that. You said your plan was to get out of bed, make some coffee, and leave as well. But then you said you walked over to the first alcove to make coffee, and you found a flatbed cart rolling next to you on its own, and it made you feel uneasy. And you tried to calm yourself, and you told yourself it was probably just a coincidence. And you said, act like nothing happened, act cool and collected. Act like, because you're working with angelics. And what do angelics tell you? Like, what do angelics tell you? What are the first things that angelics tell you when they're potentially working with you? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. And then at some point you said to yourself, now, at some point you said to yourself, hold on a minute. Um, you said, expletive coffee. There's way too much paranormal activity going on here. I'm leaving and still acting cool without running and walking slowly. Now, what's interesting about this is, and I want to point this out too, because this is the thing I think is most funny. Okay, and I just want to show you something. Okay, here you are in the dream space. Here you are in the dream space, and you're trying to make coffee. And the flatbed cart that you're trying to make coffee on is literally rolling on its own. Okay? It's literally rolling on its own and it's making you feel uneasy. But you tried to calm yourself down. And what are you doing? You start looking around for the portafilter that you need to make the coffee. Okay? This is again showing your own level of chill when it comes to things, because I need to stress that your level of chill is so extreme. And this is what, like, and I have to point out, your guides sometimes bring this up in the dream space to show me what they have to deal with in terms of you. Which is, you've got a moving coffee tray. And what are you doing? You are getting frustrated because instead of like asking yourself and being mildly curious as to why the coffee thing's moving on its own, you're going, where on earth are the filters? But this is because, right? This is, and this is what you have to understand. I feel like this is what the guides are trying to show you to a certain extent, which is, how do I explain this? Your it's and this is going to take, I gotta be honest, this is going to take a little bit of work for us in the dream space too, because what we effectively identified that's occurring for you in the dream space is working through what brings to you a level of disturbance, right? Because your your level of, and the thing about it that I'm picking up is that your past life, the past life version, like, this is what the guides are trying to show you in this dream. Aren't you curious as to why your level of disturbance is so much different from those around the self, right? Aren't you curious as to why your level of disturbance is different than from those potentially around you? Because, and that has to do with why you identified the fact that you stated that you could not find an energetic filter for the coffee. But I need to point out some things right now. What made you think that that was a coffee machine? If we're recognizing the fact, if we're recognizing the fact that those were guides that you were working with, right? Why would guides need coffee? Why would guides need coffee? Guides don't need coffee, but it's the understanding that you were looking for the filter for the coffee machine, and there wasn't a coffee machine, and you had asked yourself, if you had taken it with you to the restaurant the night before, why would you be taking a filter with you to the restaurant, right? Unless, again, either unless that was your restaurant. So what you're basically seeing, and this is the message that's coming through at the end of the dream. Don't let your presumptions, don't allow your presumptions to get in the way of your energetic perception, right? Because what is blocking your way in the dream space? presumption, right? The presumption that what you're seeing is a coffee machine, right? The presumption that when you're working with the guides, that things will function the way that you anticipate that they will function. So that is you, right? And that's why you identify, even in the space by which you stated, for expletive coffee, there's too much paranormal activity going on here, right? And you walking away slowly. The thing that you sometimes recognize, right? And this is what you're potentially identifying. Sometimes something being weird is all the closure that we need around a circumstance or situation, right? The weirdness, the weirdness is the closure. And the reason we identify that the weirdness is the closure is because, right? What, like, when you're looking for, right? When you're looking for a rational explanation to things that are not rationally based, right? Then it's a fool's journey. So your ability to, what's interesting about this, and we'll kind of unpack this more, right? And this is why it's kind of like, I'm kind of with you, like there is some shadow work here, but the shadow work that you're finding in this dream space isn't necessarily what you expect, because the shadow work that we're potentially identifying there is working into, it's working into, right? And I want to understand, and this is interesting too, because you called the object that you were looking for a portafilter, right? And that is a portable filter. And so this is the shadow work that I see that you're navigating with your guides, which is working through the filter of understanding and making sense of things, right? The quality and condition by which you can make energetic sense of things, combined with the question, the observation of when something gets weird, allowing the weird to be the closure. And that's kind of where we leave this dream, because there's a little bit of work there that's open ended as it relates to the work that you may be doing in that direction. Bottom of the deck on this read. Yep. It's interesting too, because and this is why you can tell it's a guide dream, because it's leaving you with a little bit of a quandary. So I do feel like you could identify that as shadow work, but it's shadow work. And again, it's very Pisces full moon in Virgo season, um, shadow work, which is working into the observation in terms of how to effectively navigate that filter, right? It's trying to identify and navigate that filter, to filter through things that are just confusing, that you can't chalk up to rationality, versus the things that are confusing that are the closure. And the way you can usually interpret that is, again, and here's the thing that's wild about it, it's interpreted by how much human interaction is involved in it, right? Because when something doesn't make sense and there's a human involved, then that is effectively trauma, right? But when there's when but when something doesn't make sense and there isn't human involvement, then that is not trauma. Is not, that is that is otherworldly. So that's where we see the guides helping you with. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for today. Be the first person read once we do the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Oh, thank you, Julia. She did help. I remember her helping with your reading. That was funny. Oh. Mm-hmm. It's a nourishment. Like the guides are teaching you to nourish yourself, which is leading you to relationships that are nourishing. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Per. Yes. I know double dreams are wild. Mm-hmm. Oh, good to see you today, Avatar. Thank you for being here as well. You were disturbed. Mm-hmm. But I wasn't going to show that. I like the fact that you were disturbed, but yet you were still trying to find that filter. You were just like, mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Minnie. How you doing today, dear? But it's not just you, Per. All of us, right? That happens to all of us. All of us, our presumptions get in the way. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. How you doing today, AD? You're welcome, dear. If you'd like to get on the list here, all you need to do is send a donation via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non super fam to have a reading. 4 cards for 23 for those who are paid fam super for those who are paid members on the place where you keep the videos or super fam. I'm going to take and thank you to those joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. Hi there, Daniela. How are you doing today? I know. Hi there, Jesse. How you doing today, Manna? Oh, you'll notice, Manna, when I'm reading for clients, I won't be communicating on the chat space until after I finish the reading. That's being respectful to those who have donated for a reading. Thank you as well. Absolutely. You can't, Michael, I try to destigmatize this here. You cannot make an assumption that every animal has a defined symbolic meaning. I'm not, especially this is why when I do dream interpretations, I am not someone who says, like, I'm not someone who subscribes to saying, like, what does this mean in dream? Because you have to look at the context of the dream to be able to understand what the symbol you're seeing there is. So again, your assumption of making a connection to um, a snake being lying, that was not coming through in that dream. That is one way that could be perceived, but in this dream, I have to understand, we weren't even looking at the front of the snake, we were looking at the tail of the snake. So I would make sure that you're not, like, you have to understand, make sure you're not bringing prejudice, right, into anything that you're looking at in a symbolic way, and in a way like that's effectively what the dream was trying to articulate. I also need to point out, it's really it's very egocentric to be referring to myself in the third person on my own channel. And I bring this up because this is a space of healing. You're going to hear things here that potentially are hard for you to understand, but the ability for us to recognize that the work that we do to come into a space of compassion brings us into a deeper state of healing. So I like to give a perfect example. I'm here giving a reading for someone, and not only are you trying to do the reading instead, but also you're trying to make prejudices against me, knowing nothing about me, but based purely upon what you see me wearing. So I think that there might be a message coming to you through that dream as well, to be very conscientious, to make sure that your prejudice isn't moving you further away from the higher self. Because when you're trying to move into the space by which you feel that you're holier than thou, then you're deep in your ego and you're separating yourself from the higher power. I hope you find healing and peace on your journey, and I hope that this helps you. How you doing today, dear? Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, Danielle. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'll be careful, cowboy. Thank you for the warning. Absolutely. Hmm. I mean, the thing is, the thing about it, place is we always, everything we do has a bias in it, right? Um, I'm just bringing this up. Somebody over on the place where we have the post the video said, read not for you now, for you have no eyes in bias. But you have to understand, our job is not to remove bias. Our job is to recognize our bias, right? There's nothing more dangerous than making the assumption that you don't have a bias, because that probably means that you're deeply within it. Our job is to understand and perceive our bias to the best of our ability, which allows us to see things with clarity. I hope that helps, and thank you for that point. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. Excellent. How you doing today, dear? Perfect. All right. Oh, thank you. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Yvonne. And I work this. This is what I work with a lot of individuals who read, right? It's when you will never get more lost in confusion if you're trying to remove bias from yourself, because it's like trying to remove the ego. As soon as you remove one, there's another one there to take its place. It's more about the understanding and the quality of nature of recognizing the nature of it that allows you to be able to work through it, you know? All right, we're going to continue right now. Thank you, Ivana. You're the next person we're reading for. If you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you want to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. You'll also be the first person we are reading for once we complete the daily collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channels in the appropriate channels. Oh, and thank you, AD, for sending that donation. You will be the first person that we read for once we complete the daily collective. And AD, could you please just give me the initial where you sent it so I can confirm it came through? And before we get started on Ivana's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. Where were we? And I'm going to pin you up here. I got you. Outside tea in general. One moment, please. I got you, dear. We're doing a mediumship reading. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, it's really, it's, they've got a lot to say around something. And I think that the thing you have to understand is, you know, they're describing the fact that you're going through something that was very similar um, to what they knew to be like the word that's coming through is there's something to be said when I'm reading about energy like this. It's really hard when you're ahead of your time, you know, because like everybody talks like everybody talks about being ahead of your time as like some kind of great thing. But the thing you have to understand is it's really difficult for individuals who are ahead of their time. And you have to hold on a minute because they're also asking me to switch something. Hold on. Mm-hmm. One sec. Sorry, I'm gonna explain in a minute. Hold on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the thing that's important about it is okay. I got it here. I completely understand what they're trying to communicate. Um, so you have to understand that I'm seeing a situation or circumstance where, um, like the best way I can describe it is it feels to me that they were someone who was very, very deeply energetically connected in terms, in the same way that you are, but they felt like they had to step back away from it because it was there was someone around them that it was deeply unsettling, is what I see. Okay, and so they're working me through something that's really complicated. All right, and it has to do with the observation, and I think that you've potentially, we've talked about this, like we've talked about here that a connection to spirit, like not all guides are encouraging us to connect to spirit, because our ability to feel stabilized as we connect to spirit identifies whether the connection to spirit is one that is energetically healthy, um, whether that connection is one that is healthy, um, or or mhm, mhm. Okay. whether, apologies, whether that, yeah, sorry, whether that is one that feels like it's healthy or whether it feels like it burns one out. Okay? So, what's difficult about this is I see a situation by which another individual used to, was very, very deeply connected, right? But in the quality and the condition by which they recognized that they cared about someone, that it was disturbing, they stepped back from it, or they didn't communicate upon it as much as they themselves would have been inclined to, specifically for the benefit of this individual. And I see, and the thing about it is, I don't even think they potentially admitted it because they didn't want to leave that person feeling bereft, right? Because the thing about it is, and it's hard too, because I just keep on seeing someone trying to approach them, asking them to teach them something, right? And them literally saying to someone, I can't, right? But it wasn't so much of a can't, so much as it was a I'm concerned to, is what I keep on seeing. They had to make a call on it, is what I keep on getting. And the call that they made was one that was energetically based upon not wanting to risk another person becoming energetically destabilized as they pursued something even more. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this to keep in mind. And hold on, it's I'm going to give you, okay. So, bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, there's that King of Pentacles. Um, so this is both, like, this is what I keep on getting in relation to the King of Cups and the King of Pentacles, because um, it's interesting too, because they're giving me a message about the difference between asking and receiving. Okay? Like, they're giving me a message about asking and receiving. And the thing about it is, the the thing I keep on seeing in relation to something has a lot to do with um, it has a lot to do with the observation and the understanding that I just keep on getting the same message from hold on. So it's the observation or the understanding related to the quality by which we don't demand things from our gifts. Okay? Like, there's something very important about that. And when we identify that we don't demand from our gifts, which means that we don't when we don't demand from our gifts, it's the observation by which we don't get frustrated because an energetic gift is not working effectively. And so I just keep on seeing a situation by which, um, you know, there's some kind of quality by which I see somebody that was often, like, I literally see a situation by which somebody was often encouraging another person to try to utilize a gift more, right? And so even when I'm asking about that, they're saying that in itself was some kind of point of contention, because it's the observation that we don't demand from our gifts, which is like the quality and the nature by which we do what we can to nurture a gift, right? We don't get frustrated at ourselves because a gift isn't energetically apparent. Because and the thing about it, you have to understand, this is why we talk about some of the hardest things. Like, one of the most difficult things that occurs is, like, if we're too ambitious, it doesn't allow us to have a healthy connection to things, because we're constantly we're not appreciating the quality and nature by which we're experiencing something, so much as we're getting frustrated that there's not more of it. And so I feel like I see somebody who feels deeply connected to you, because the difference that they're identifying to me is that they see you around very stable energy, right? And when I say stable energy, and they're identifying the fact, it's not the fact that they themselves weren't around stable energy, but the best thing I can identify that was potentially occurring is understanding the quality and condition by which a gift can make one appear imposing, is what I keep on seeing. So I almost see a situation by which an individual saw the emotional strain that another person was experiencing as they moved closer to their gift. And that is why, like, I keep on saying, like, that's why they never, I keep on hearing that that's why they never developed that gift as fully as they may have felt called to, specifically for the state and nature of another person's like emotional, comfortability. But they're saying that this isn't an issue with you, because they're saying to me, I see the energy I see around you is very, very stable. And when you identify stable energy, it's like, I like to point out, like, when somebody has a problem with like somebody, like, have you ever tried to destabilize an earth sign, right? Have you ever tried to, like, talk anything? Have you ever tried to say anything about anyone to, like, a strong earth sign, right? Because I love seeing, like, and here's the thing, a healed earth sign, like, cracks me up, because like a healed earth sign, someone will sit there, and a healed earth sign, somebody will sit there and try to say something derisive about someone they care about. And, like, there will be a healed earth sign that won't even make a fuss about it. They'll just literally act like, they'll be like, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Yeah, could you repeat that? Yeah, could you repeat what you just said? I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't hear you. Can you please repeat what you just said about that person? Who I keep on hearing somebody say, like, can you please repeat what you just said about my blood? Is what I keep on hearing someone say. Like, I literally keep on hearing someone go, like, I'm sorry. Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Could you please repeat what you just said about someone that I'm energetically connected with? Right? Like, that type of energy. that, like, the earth sign that is like, give me a reason. Like, you're like, that's what I love about a good earth sign, man. A good earth sign, a good balanced earth sign, right? Like, when they hear somebody talking smack, they're like, today's my day. Today's my day. No, it's my day. No, you know why? Because I've been looking for something to put all this aggression into. I've been looking. I've been looking. Here I was with all this unchanneled rage, and here you are giving me the most profound opportunity to allow for that rage to be put in a healthy place. That is the energy. Like that is the type of energy that she sees you around to a certain extent, right? Which is almost, it's like it gives, it's like it's almost giving me the type of energy that says like I can pick on them but you can't, right? Like that's somebody like that, like you don't get the, you don't get the privilege. I just keep hearing somebody, you don't get the privilege to pick on them, only I can pick on them. You don't get the privilege. That's what a healed earth sign will do. Only I get the privilege of picking on them. What do you think you're doing? No, you don't get picking privilege. So it feels a lot. And I think that what I'm basically seeing is, I feel like I see the space where she had to act as shield. She had to act as shield to a very sensitive water sign. And I see that what they're seeing, like what I'm identifying here, is that they see that you um don't, like you don't have that same hurdle, because it says to me that they see you surrounded by some very stable earth sign energy, if that makes sense. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for once we complete the daily collective. It is, or the second person, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind that there are 3 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, when we get to 50K likes, I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'll also be gifting a reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you so much, AD. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Not easy. Yeah, pretty much. Like that's what I keep on seeing for some. Like it's interesting too, because I keep on seeing the fact that she used to talk about like um she used to talk a lot about a time that didn't exist yet, is what I keep on seeing. Mm-hmm. That's what that's where the chord thing was coming through, right? Which was them, like that's what I meant about them having to just like step away from something specifically for the benefit of another. Yeah. Thank you for confirming, Ivana. Mm-hmm. But I mean, like, it seems to me like everything I'm seeing in that dream is that they're serving as one of your guides. Like they're identifying that they're in very close proximity to you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you thank you for confirming. You did feel like they had a great gift, but you also felt that they were holding it back. Oh, thank you for confirming. Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming the water sign placement, the sensitive water sign placement I saw around them. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, so yeah, so again, and it has to do, like I keep on getting things were hard enough for them, is what I keep on seeing. Like it was saying to me, like it's interesting too, because it literally says to me it's not something that they would have ever asked them to do, but their own empathy was attenuated enough that they knew what they had to do, if that makes sense, you know? Oh, thank you, Stoned. So we do a free collective each day that we're going to get started momentarily. But if you, we also offer free one card readings each day to anyone who is a paid member. If you'd like to become a paid member, you don't need to be here. You don't need to donate for a reading to receive a reading here. Ice, you're always welcome to stay. We try to do a free collective each time we're live, with time permitting. I always like to point out, if you think that something's fake, why do you feel the need to insist that it is? I just need to point this out. 9 times out of 10, when someone's screaming that something is fake, never is it more real. Because if it was fake, why bother? Right? That's fear. That's fear you're expressing. That's fear that you're articulating. Thank you. Oh, are you? I mean, absolutely. I'm not sure why that is, Daniela. If you would like, if you can take a screen cap for me, what I can do is I can send it to my team to see what we can figure, if there's something, some kind of error there. Yep. The list right now, if you'd like to get on the list right now, Kristen, you'll be the second person read for once we complete the daily collective. We're about to get started on the daily collective. Oh no, yeah, that was the thing about it. Like, it's really like, the funny thing is, like, they were speaking so quickly. I was trying to get, it was a lot. It was a lot coming through, like a lot coming through very quickly. And somebody was like doubling back as soon as they explained something, and be like, I have to, let me explain. I'm like, okay, please explain. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you for having that reading with me. All right, we're going to continue right now. So we are going to get started on the daily collective. But as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective, we will be doing let's do an intuition check. One moment. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you so much for that gorgeous gift, AD. I appreciate you. Okay, if you want, yeah, absolutely. Daniela, just email it to me. So Grace Strega at the mail that starts with a G.com, okay? And we'll see what we can figure out there. All right, that said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, friends, remember, we are doing 2 giveaways today. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Oh my gosh, thank you. We're already at 9K. Thank you guys so much. And also, we're doing a giveaway for the highest gifter. Currently, the highest gifter is Ivana at 441. Thank you so much for those beautiful gifts, Ivana. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, August 21st, 2026. We are going to be having a new moon to full moon reading today. We're going to be starting right now with picking up on the messages of what we were working to heal and release from this most recent new moon cycle. 3 cards to begin today. First 3 cards that we are working through right now for that new moon energy that we just experienced. The first one is the Star. Not surprised to see this right now. I'm going to point this out. That new moon that we experienced recently potentially was going to feel a lot like a full moon. We entered into a very intense eclipse cycle, and potentially not the easiest of eclipse cycles, because this is just your daily reminder that the reason that we articulate that eclipses are unpredictable is because they don't typically have an energetic signature. They're amplifiers. They take whatever is happening astrologically and they enhance them. And what was effectively happening as we first entered into that new moon energy. We have a lot of very heavy planets that are currently in retrograde in Aries, specifically Saturn and Neptune. And this has to do with the nature and the frustration of working through repetitive cycles. Now, here's the thing about it. Everything in life, there is a quality and condition by which we recognize that there are healthy, restorative, productive, energetic routines that we experience. And this is why we describe, right? This is why we describe something healthy as a routine, right? The key word being root. It's something that grounds us, something that energetically stabilizes us, right? But what is the difference between a routine and a toxic cycle? It is the quality and condition as to whether it nourishes or whether it depletes. And so I would not be surprised if this new moon cycle helped one to become aware as to the difference between something that is healthy, restorative, productive, nurturing, versus things that are fickle, reductive, destabilizing, working into the context of what does not feel like it works towards mutual energetic benefit. And this is a continuation. This is a continuation of what we effectively identify or we're working through as it relates to Pluto coming out of Capricorn and moving into Aquarius. Because you'll often notice, right? What will you often notice that occurs in those that are not eager to energetically heal? A quality and condition or a desire to try to compartmentalize, right? And this is why compartmentalization is so unhealthy, right? This is a continuation of all of that work that we see that we're continuing to heal, because I have to understand, even though we see and understand that we've come out of a plutonic cycle, the quality and condition by which we're working through it sometimes takes a long time. Like, this is the after effect. What are we effectively seeing that is the after effect of coming out of a platonic cycle, Pluto in Capricorn? And what does Pluto in Capricorn say? If I just put it over here and don't look at it, maybe it'll go away, right? Like, that is the detriment of Pluto in Capricorn, right? If I try to concentrate everything in a certain area and put it away and put it somewhere, maybe it'll go away. Nothing goes away. Nothing goes away, right? And often the quality and nature by which you try to put something away is how you energetically end up facing it every single day, because it's the observation, right? And this is effectively what Pluto in Aquarius teaches us. Pluto in Aquarius works us into the context of having to energetically face things all the time. But, right, and this is also what happens, right? The ability to effectively recognize and identify where one's energy is most well applied, right? Because that is how, right? That is how we energetically build into better tomorrows, right? And the thing about it is that application of energy, right? That application of energy is often one that is identified and articulated via the ability to identify and express what one is energetically putting one's effort towards. That is, right, this is the work that we see, because a new moon, a new moon in Leo season works us through energetic investiture. An energetic investiture is the articulation and the understanding of the quality and condition by which we apply effort to things. And you'll notice this, right? And this is going to bring us to the second card in today's read. Yeah, the Nine of Wands in its reversal, right? What do you often notice? What is the first thing you notice that happens around those that are energetically investing in things? If you want to energetically invest in anything, prepare for perpetual criticism. Okay? If you want to energetically invest in anything, prepare for perpetual criticism from those that are doing absolutely nothing. Right? From those that are doing absolutely nothing. Because, and this is what's important about this, right? It shouldn't be this way, right? It should not be this way. But you have to understand, right? And this is what you have to recognize, right? And this is often what creates, right? This is what we identify in trauma environments. You want to identify a trauma environment, right? You want to see what a trauma environment is? A trauma environment is an imbalanced ecosystem, right? Where one person is doing everything and everybody else around the one person doing everything becomes experts at criticizing the energy doing everything. Right? Would you like to see the ecosystem of a trauma environment? Welcome to the ecosystem of a trauma environment. One person energetically investing, and others that get very, very good at criticizing the energy that is doing all of the investiture. And the thing about it is, and that's why, and I got to point this out, that's why energy like this is so important, right? Because the quality and nature by which one is able to recognize and identify upon mutual investiture, right? And this is bringing us into the third card of today. Yeah, look at that moon card. I love these three cards right now. Look, I love the fact that I said mutual investiture before I even drew the moon card, right? Because, and I need to point this out, this is very important. I teach this in our tarot classes. These cards are connected, okay? These cards are connected. Okay? These cards are connected. There are messages that come through in the connection point between the star and the moon card, right? Because the star and the moon card in connection identify the difference, right? It identifies the difference between those that energetically criticize versus those that are investing effort, right? Which is, it's really easy. It's really easy to howl at things. And when you're howling at things, you're not doing anything, right? When you're howling at something, you're spending all of your energy howling at it instead of applying effort towards it, right? This is what right? You gotta, it's not, you gotta do both. You gotta do both. You gotta do both, right? You gotta do both. You have to do both. It's all about finding the healthy balance, right? And so the ability to work into that context and understanding of what it means to take nuanced approaches to things, right? And the thing about it, you have to understand, and this is what a new moon in Leo teaches us, right? There's no effort that you will ever apply. There's no effort that you will ever apply to anything that will not in some way experience reproach. When you understand that, right, then you allow it, then you don't allow it to devastate, you allow it to energetically fortify. Because that quality and condition, and this is what you have to understand as it relates to smoothing things over, there's no smoothing, right? When we identify that there's no smoothing, then we understand that the nature or the condition by which we work is built upon, it's best served towards energy that is unified as it relates to what it means to have a healthy direction towards things. So the beauty, and I need to point out the beauty of us receiving these cards during the start, like the solar eclipse, right? Like here's the solar eclipse that ends in the lunar eclipse, right? It's the observation and the understanding that is built upon the quality and condition of what it means, to put persistent energy towards things. And that persistent energy that we apply towards things allows the context of recognizing and identifying, building into a higher sense of purpose. And what's beautiful about that, and this is what we see with the star and the moon card, is right there we are, right there we are putting effort into things, right? And we're slowly doing so, right? And once we do so, right, others find us through that effort, right? And sometimes, and this is what we talk about with purpose, and this is what's wild about purpose. You can't work towards purpose, and this is why we talk about a healthy manifestation is one that you abandon an energetic goal when you're moving towards your purpose. Because if you don't find joy, in your purpose, you have to prepare to be exhausted, because it's not about, purpose does not have a deliverance point to it, right? Purpose doesn't have a deliverance point being like, well, it's my purpose until this happens and then it's not my purpose anymore. It's working into the energy that we apply towards things. That requires us, and this is what's beautiful about it, right? It requires us to change, right? It requires us to turn our attention to things, right? And this is why we talk about the journey of transformation as we're working towards a healthy sense of purpose. Because, right, working towards purpose does not mean, right, towards purpose often does not mean that one does the same exact thing, right, over and over again. But it is observing the energetic transformations that occur on the journey of discovering one's purpose, and simultaneously recognizing and identifying the quality and condition by which we are energetically honored and celebrated as we work through those transformational journeys. And within the context of those transformational journeys, what do we effectively find there? We find others who understand that as well. Now let's take a little bit, but again, and And this is what we're going to work through as we navigate into, right? As we navigate into the the full moon that we're coming into, the Virgo full moon in Pisces season. Can I get 3 cards, please? The first card we're drawing on for the full moon is, the 9 of Swords in its upright. And it's a conversation on what it means to be able to be in the arbor. And I want to use the word arbor. In the arbor of those that love our dreams. What does it mean to be in the arbor of those who love our dreams? To be in the arbor of those who love our dreams are those who see the changes that we make and feel a sense of bittersweet joy in the making of them, right? Because that is the process of a maturation journey. Those who are in the arbor of our dreams navigate the bittersweet quality by which one recognizes and understands that transformation is occurring, right? While simultaneously supporting those and that our sense of purpose in a way that works towards maturation, right? It's the journey by which we effectively, and this is why we talk about it, right? And this is why we talk about, like, this is why we talk about what does it mean? Like, what does it mean when you're not ready to, like, work through a manifestation? There's a quality and condition when you're working through a manifestation that allows one to have to energetically throw one's arms open, right? And the arms that are thrown open is the energetic embrace point. And the reason we identify that as the embrace point is when you understand and recognize that when you're working towards a manifestation that is beyond the self, then that ability, and this is why we talk about, like, if you want to get good with your manifestation, work on vulnerability, right? Because as you become more energetically vulnerable, you allow oneself, right? And it's not about moving away from one's purpose, but it's the observation or the understanding of effectively building into the context of, like, and this is why we talk, I like to kind of bring this forth. The card's not out yet, but it's very much like the fool's journey, because what do you see the fool journey doing in the fool card? Woo! That's the sound I like to associate with the fool card. Woo! It's just like it's that moving beyond one's own understanding of things into new environments, right? And it can always feel a little energetically destabilizing, right? We don't do that completely vulnerable, right? I like to point out the fool's carrying a stick. Fool's carrying a stick, right? But we hold on to our purpose. Right? And we allow it to guide us into new environments, because as long as we hold on to our purpose, right? And we carry that knowledge with us, then it allows us to be able to experience and reconcile and face different things. So we see that is potentially what we observe that's occurring. But this is what feels very destabilizing often for those who are on the journey of moving towards their purpose. When you're moving towards your purpose, pay attention to those that claim, right? Pay attention to those who claim that they want a manifestation but can't relinquish control, right? That's what's painful. Pay attention to those that claim, right? Pay attention to those that claim that they desire a manifestation, but don't have the ability to let go of the control required in allowing something to come into maturation, right? And so that understanding, that quality and condition by which we energetically work towards things requires, right? And this is what we understand. It requires the ability to throw our arms open. which is the observation by which we don't feel energetically threatened by change. Because this is what you'll see. You'll see individuals who be like, I want a manifestation. I don't understand why the manifestation isn't coming. I don't want to have the manifestation's not here. And someone will be like, okay, are you ready for change? Absolutely not. Absolutely. What? No, no. How dare you? You're trying to take this away from me. Like, it's, you mean like there it is. Well, okay. Like there, you can't work through it. Right. And this is what we talk about in the journey of self-sabotage, right? You can't state, you can't welcome in change. You can't say, I'm desiring change, but I refuse to change, right? You can't do it. I mean, you can, but prepare, prepare for confusion in relationality to working through that experience, because that observation, that understanding and observation of being ready to experience the breadth of the changes that will come towards you as one navigates a manifestation, right? It's often the observation of feeling, right? And this is why we talk about prepare for jubilation, right? Because jubilation, right? Jubilation is the quality by which you can experience, right, things occurring, new things occurring with a sense of energetic delight instead of feeling absolutely fraught anxiety over the quality and condition by which something is energetically evolving or changing or growing. So this is what we effectively see that often happens in these circumstances or scenarios, right? And there's something even more to identify here, and I need to point this out as well. There's something very important that often occurs as it relates to the energetic the energetic disparity point that comes into focus as it relates to clear identifications of what purpose is. Now, unfortunately, it would be very nice if we lived in a world where everybody was authentic about their purpose, right? The world would be a perpetually more beautiful place if everyone was just articulate and clear about what their purpose is. But the third card that we see here, right? This is what we mean about maturity, okay? And you have to understand, we're talking about spiritual maturity here. And what does it mean when we're navigating spiritual maturity? This is the Eight of Cups in its reversal. Spiritual maturity is literally understanding. I know it sounds really easy. It literally understands, spiritual maturity is understanding that if you want something new, you have to embrace change. And listen, I know when I say it, right? I know when I say it, it's like everybody says obviously, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, right? Because you have to understand that rigidity, right? That rigidity of moving out of the comfortability of one's own trauma. You often ask yourself, you ask yourself all the time, you see individuals navigating trauma every day and saying, why are they experiencing that trauma every day? Because trauma feels like a safe space when it's all you've ever known, right? Trauma feels like a safe space when it's all you've ever known, because at least the worst that can happen is predicated, right? But when we're working towards, right, and this is why there's nothing braver. There is nothing braver on this earth than individuals who have experienced trauma, who navigate through regardless, because that is putting the context of trust into things and not trusting blindly. Never trusting blindly. I always like to point out, like, the fool is carrying a stick. Okay, the fool's carrying a stick. Okay, the fool's carrying a stick, right? With a sense of purpose, right? With our sense of purpose to guide us, right? With our sense of purpose to guide us, right? Our sense. So that is the observation and the understanding that often when we're navigating circumstances or experiences that feel like they're energetically devastating, but working into, right? Working into our own resilience, right? And I need to point this out. Resilience does not mean that one does not articulate upon something, right? I like to point this out. We got a bunch of planets. We got a bunch of planets that are retrograding in Aries right now. This is continually helping us to heal our Aries placements. I'm going to tell you right now, all of these planets retrograding in Aries are healing our Aries placements, which says there is nothing wrong about being angry, right? Anyone that tries to tell you that anger is unhealthy does not understand. Anger is perfectly healthy if there is a clear thing that can be done that heals the anger. Justifiable anger, okay? Justifiable anger. Justifiable anger is having an anger that is not pervasive, right? It is not an anger problem if your anger is justifiable, which means if there is something that is very simple that can be done to make the anger go away, that is not a problem. That is not an internal problem. That is something that you are experiencing. That is something that you are experiencing. That is that that is right. That is a point. Like that is why we describe that is justifiable anger, because there's something that can be done to energetically resolve it. And there's no feeling. The only time we have an untenable feeling is if there's nothing that we can do, right? If nothing can be done that makes the feeling go away, then that is an internal problem, right? That is an internal problem. That is the problem. That is a feeling that follows us everywhere. But a justifiable anger is an anger that goes away as easily as it comes up because there is a clear way to energetically address it. So that work, right? This is what we effectively see that's happening during this eclipse cycle. And there's a couple of different things. I'm going to give you a quick recap before we draw the bottom of the deck, because there's a lot here going on. And the reason there's a lot here going on is because we've also got, and I want to point out, this is actually, right? Right? Like, and I know that we don't have that many planets in it, but there's something very important to pay attention to. This is Libra energy. And the reason you understand that this is Libra energy is because you got all these planets that are retrograding in Aries, right? And then you've got Jupiter and Mercury that are in Leo with the sun. Okay? And that speaks to us about what it means to find a healthy sense of balance, right? This is an eclipse that helps us identify and recognize balanced circumstances. And what's beautiful about a balanced circumstance is it's the application of effort that pays off in grand ways. And the thing you'll often see, okay, the thing you'll often see in energy like this is beautiful experiences that allow for the productivity or the expansiveness of possibility as it relates to being able to understand the quality and nature by which something needs to change in order to get better, or simultaneously or similarly, old energy going back to unproductive spaces because of the observation of not allowing the context of healthy change to incorporate. Because when you want something, when you want a broadening of possibility, you have to be eager to embrace change. If you want a broadening of possibility, you have to be eager to embrace change. And when one is not, right? When one identify, you can, and here's the thing about it, right? You'll see energy. You will see energy talking, right? You will see energy talking about desired change until the cows come home. You will see individuals who will go on and on and on and on and on and on and on about the change that they aspire for, refusing to accept the energetic change that is brought towards them, right? And that quality and condition of understanding the nature by which we are invested in recognizing, and this eclipse cycle asks us to do, right? Boom, high priestess, right? I told you, balance, right? Striking a healthy balance. It's the hardest thing to do, because when one is striking a healthy balance, right, then you'll often recognize and identify the quality in nature, right? This is what it looks like on the outside, right? This is what it looks like on the outside. This is what it feels like on the inside, right? This is what it feels like on the inside, okay? Here's that high priestess, right? Like working towards balance. And what's that high priestess doing, right? Wrestling, right? Wrestling between the self and the needs of others, right? Like you can't articulate the desire to be in high priestess mode. Like you want to be a high priestess? Learn how to wrestle. You want to be a high priestess? Learn how to wrestle. Okay? Because that's what it feels like. Right? It feels like high priestess has got hands, all right? High priestess has got hands, constantly wrestling, not sitting there latently. That's what it looks like on the outside, right? There you see, there you see that energy. And often in the space or nature, same thing here. You want to see it? This is what it feels like on the the other part, right? Here's the high priestess, right? Working through, right? There's the high priestess, right? Hey, high priestess, how'd you get like that? Perpetually working through others' disappointment, right? Perpetually working through others' disappointment, right? What do you think? What do you think the song the high priestess hears every day? What do you think the song is that the high priestess hears? I'm very disappointed in you. You want to hear the song of the high priestess? I'm very disappointed in you. I'm very disappointed in you. Because when somebody says they are disappointed in you, the question you need to ask yourself is, what were they looking for? What were they looking for to begin with? Because you'll hear that song. There you'll be, working tirelessly towards your purpose. And what will you hear around you as you are working tirelessly towards your purpose? I'm very disappointed in you. But you'll often notice that those individuals pay close attention, right? Pay very close attention to someone that says that they're perpetually disappointed, but never once telling you what they energetically expect of you. It's a very convenient place that traumatizing individuals position themselves, because it's very convenient to be in situations and circumstances by which one is only in the business of articulating disappointment, but never stating purpose. And the most traumatizing individuals you'll ever meet are the ones that are perpetually going around to everyone and everything. And what are they constantly singing upon? Their disappointment. Their disappointment. But do you notice that there's something wrong there? Do you notice that there's something profoundly wrong with an individual that is always articulating their disappointment, but never in the business of stating their desired goal? Because typically when another person is in the business of identifying disappointment instead of stated goals, it's because their stated goals are anathema. It's because their stated goals are so mortifying that they cannot be put into words, which is why you always have to be conscientious about those that only articulate disappointment without stating goals, because that is dangerous. It's not just the fact that it's traumatizing, it's dangerous because it's very convenient to effectively articulate upon things that one is disappointed on, but never getting in the habit of identifying what would be energetically ideal, because that is someone that rests solely in the ego, right? And the ego doesn't feel the need to explain so much as the ego, those who are deeply rested in the ego, are constantly working into the space of machination. So when another person is basically articulating only upon disappointment, but never stated goal, you are identifying the source of machination. And that observation, right, that quality and condition by which one is able to articulate and refine upon it helps one to be able to define even more as it relates to being able to heal either from past experiences where that occurred, that does, like the experiences of the past where potentially that occurred and a lot of damage may have happened to the aura of the self, because that's what we understand. This energy is very healing to the energetic aura of the self, because it understands that qualities, circumstances, and situations like that should never occur in the first place for the reasons that we've articulated, or simultaneously, the observation and the understanding of working into a state of profound healing that is identified and articulated as the arrival point into the understanding of the self, and the quality and condition of working through, right? The quality and condition of working through healthy maturation is one, right? Is one by which our energetic questions are immediately answered, right? It's the observation and the understanding of building into something that is energetically healthy, specifically and particularly because it allows for the context by which something can effectively grow. So I feel like what's happening right now, what's interesting about this is I think that there's something very important about this energy that is helping to identify and articulate, right? The energy that allows something to energetically grow, right? The work that effectively identifies into what feels healthy versus the observation and the understanding as to what is creating an energetic limitation. Now, that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do like to both if you would like to have that, and please make sure you do both if you'd like to have a reading. Also, I would encourage you to join us for our next tarot class, which is going to be happening on Thursday, September 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the four cards of the minor arcana. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours years worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we've experienced. I'll have one out shortly on the full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience by me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as our schedule permits, as well as if you would like to, if you one of the as well as a if you are interested in having a weekly sustainable tarot routine, you can also purchase weekly tarot insight packages from me. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to AD. You got our highest gifter today. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of those beautiful gifts. Avada, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the one, two, three. You will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. One moment, please. I'm going to take a moment. And also, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. And please remember that your paid membership benefits there give you the same gifts as those who are super fan, which means a discounted rate on our readings, as well as a free 1 card each day. Excellent. One moment, please. Perfect. And thank you for becoming the 86th member of my fan club, AD. Oh my gosh, are you kidding, Ivana? Oh, I'm going to include that in the notes because you got the stag there. Oh, we're going to keep, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for confirming that. That's fascinating. Okay. Oh, I know, Daniela. You're so welcome, and thank you for those flowers, Feel. Mm-hmm. I know there's going to be a lot of, and I have to point out, there's going to be a lot of that roller coaster energy right now, Danielle, and a lot of it has to do with the eclipse. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Daniela. Please. Excellent. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Minnie. Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Make sure that you're grounding on things that feel like they're nourishing. And luminescent, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Daniela. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Ed. You're so welcome, Luminescent. Thank you for being here and receiving them. Absolutely. Hi there, Yaz. Good to see you today. I know that it was beautiful. Oh, you did, Yaz? Oh, I can't wait. Are we going to do a dream interpretation? Oh, it's always wild when I show up in other people's dream spaces. I have to point it, I probably have to bring it up in the compliments. I was having a wild dream. I had a wild dream last night, but I understand what it meant. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, AD. I know. Thank you guys so much for those gifts. They were absolutely beautiful. I deeply appreciate them. And yes, Lisa, the list is open and I have you on it, dear. Absolutely. Thank you guys. It is a good vibe today. A three-part dream reading. I know. Okay. We'll get to all of it, Yaz. Piece by piece. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And thank you, Cam, for those roses. Good to see you, dear. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for also receiving this message, Yaz. Mm-hmm. Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. Sending you support on that journey, Avatar. Mm-hmm. No, I get it, Minnie. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And thank you for becoming a member of my fan club, Kaylee. Scorpios are cool. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. How you doing today, Euclides? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, feel free to correct me. Mm-hmm. This hits. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you for receiving this message, Ivana. How you doing today, I? And Joshua, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Ivana. You're so welcome, Yaz. Oh, that's so interesting, Avatar. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's so. Oh, really? I used to have one for a minute. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Hi there, Empress. Welcome. All right, we're going to get started on the personals again. As I mentioned, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. I've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed today. We're going to get started. The first person we're reading for right now is going to be AD. AD, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the one, two, you will be the 4th person read for. All right, let's get to it. Mm-hmm. Hi there, how you doing today? Excellent. All right, let's get started. And thank you for the follow, Kate. Oh, hold on a minute. That can sometimes be a little bit of a challenge for me to get over DM while I'm online, dear, so you gotta bear with me a minute. I might need to ask you to resend it. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Just give me a moment, dear. And just let's see. I got you. Okay, I got it here. All right, I need a moment to read over some of this. Oh, we're doing a dream interpretation. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? It's perfectly fine depending which one you would prefer. Are you comfortable with me reading the dream out loud, or would you prefer I keep it internal? I can share? Okay, great. All right, but before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do it again after the next reading. And you guys know what we do when we've got a dream interpretation. We break out the dream coconut. All right, let's get to it. Okay. I had a nightmare last night about my grandson needing surgery of some sort. And I could be in the room with him, but my husband could not be. I remember the doctor that was with them and I being frustrated with the doctor that was going to be performing the surgery for some reason. I remember the doctor that was frustrated leading my grandchild and I down a hallway towards a surgery room, and my grandchild starting to panic while I was holding him and looking to me for panicked answers. We got to the room and I saw some sort of contraption that looked terrifying. And knowing they were going to stick a needle in him and or in his eye or brain, and I was starting to panic. My husband came walking towards us in a hospital gown and was trying to tell me to trust him with my grandson. I don't trust anyone with him. I tried to stay as long as I could, but the nightmare ended when I told the doctor that if he was going to start hurting my grandson, that I had to leave, and they took him from me. And I ran down the hallway sobbing uncontrollably. It was very out of character for me to just leave. I would usually fight until I was taken out, and it just left me feeling very helpless. First of all, I want to send you so much support. A dream like this can be very, very destabilizing. So I'm hoping that you're able to navigate the experience of having a dream of this nature. That said, can I please get 4 cards, highest priority? Mm-hmm. 2 more, please. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Look at these cards. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing I need to say is this is a shadow work dream. Okay. And the first thing you have to recognize when it comes to a shadow work dream is there's nothing we can have happen in dream that has not occurred already. So whatever we're seeing here has actually happened to you. And the guides are bringing it forth to you in this way so that you can effectively navigate the trauma, right? And the way that this is potentially happening, and I want to point out that one of the ways that this often occurs is by showing the shadow work that often arrives comes up in the dream space, in spaces that we least expect. Because when we least expect it, when we recognize that there's love there, we're able to see and experience the full breadth of what it is that we ourselves have gone through. Okay? So, the first thing that we're potentially seeing is the observation and the understanding of a trust wound that potentially occurred to you. And the trust wound that occurs in the space by which another person states that one should trust without providing exposition, right? We don't build trust in the quality and context by which another person says, just trust. We build trust through exposition, which is the observation of someone identifying and articulating why something is energetically necessary. And that is where we see that the trauma is occurring in this dream space, because you see a lot of things happening with absolutely no explanation as to what they are doing and why. Okay? And so this is often the shape or nature of navigating experiences by which we ourselves have been hurt, right? Because what do you see that's happening here? You've got this precious energy, this precious vulnerable energy, right? And another person is taking them to go do something to them with absolute no, and I need to point out, they are aware, right? They're absolutely aware and present in the fact that it's energetically occurring. So you see, right, and that's the thing that you saw that was so difficult, because you identified that what did you experience was happening in that moment. They were asking you questions, right? They were asking you questions that you did not have answers for, right? And this is what happens when we have been hurt by naive energy, okay? And do you notice what's happening to my throat? Even as, right, even as I'm trying to explain this. So the observation of individuals, right, the observation of individuals that are too impressed, the observation of individuals that are too impressed with others' authority to energetically question things is the nature of something that potentially happened to you. The wound that potentially occurred in the space by which you were effectively potentially hurt in the context by which another person, right, identified or recognized the state or nature by which another person said, trust me, right? But in the context by which they trusted, right, something potentially happened to you because another person was too afraid to ask an energetic question. And that's why we see that you're doing some inner child healing here that's coming through the experience of the grandchild. Because when we are going through inner child healing, we often become the force. And this is what's beautiful, because the guides are showing you, right? This is what's so beautiful about this dream. Whatever that wound is, it ends with you, right? This is why the guides, I know that dream was painful, but this is why the guides are bringing that dream to you, because the guides are showing that you could not necessarily be the force that could have protected you from something, but the guides are showing you the honor that you carry in spirit. Because what did you do in that dream space? What did you do? You identified and you articulated upon your own refusal. And this is the important thing, because you were not, right? And this is what's important, because you also have to be conscientious about the observation of being overly hurt by something, that you don't allow something important to occur. But what did we see was the calibration point, right? The calibration point that you identified, right? The calibration point that you identified in another individual who you cared about coming in right? Coming in to articulate that they themselves, right? That they themselves had done the energetic assessment and that it was safe, right? That is showing the fact that you rest in proportionality, right? Because it's the observation and the understanding by which not only, right, the observation by which not only do we see that you yourself are working through something, but the fact that you've become the force by which right, another individual cannot hurt someone simply by bringing a credential into a space, right? So this is identifying the fact that in some point in the past you were hurt by another person abusing a credential, and recognizing the fact that you have become the force that would never allow for a credential to hurt an individual, specifically because you recognize that the calibration point arrived in someone that you had established trust with, being able to identify and recognize the quality and condition of being able to ascertain what was energetically required. And even in that moment, right, being able to step away because, right, that is showing the hard work and the investiture of a journey in that way. Because, right, you weren't navigating something from a tacit space, right? But neither were you becoming overly protective in something that energetically hurt you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. This is a message. I know it was a painful dream, but it was a message from the guides trying to let you help you see how proud they are of you, right? You have to understand that is the message. That's a message from the guides articulating their pride in you, in how you effectively navigate things, which is, and this is the important thing, often it's too easy when we've been hurt in that way to become overly distrustful, right? When we've had experiences like that where when we've been hurt by another person abusing a credential, it is very easy to become overly distrustful. It is also easy, but in the space by which the guides show, in the dream space, right? The fact that you felt the anxiety of navigating something, but then it was resolved, and you were also doing the hard work to move through it, right? That is the guides that identify and want you to know how proud they are of you doing that work, because the ability to navigate situations and circumstances with a sense of clarity and proportionality requires the fact that you are not being unreasonable, right? And this is what the guides are showing you in the shadow work. You're not being unreasonable. If there's something that another person can give to you that allows you to navigate what is necessary versus what is painful for you to experience. So these are the guides showing you how proud they are, and also reminding you how rational you are as it relates to circumstances and situations. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, AD. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 5 more spots available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Kate, thank you for the follow. Everybody's very happy about the fact that it was outside. Yep. Absolutely, Avatar. I'll add you on now. You said it was July 31st. Give me a minute. I'm not seeing July 31st. I'm seeing July 24th. Is that the one you're talking about? That was a Friday. Mm-hmm. I hope that this helps. I feel like these are the guides AD reminding you that you might be feeling offset, but you're in balance. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting, Yaz. Mm-hmm. Well, I can see why, because it feels like it feels like everything I'm seeing here in relationality to this wound. Like this is the guides reminding you that you've become the force that would prevent that from happening to another person. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And this is the guide showing you how far you've come on that journey. You're so welcome, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. I will also point out, AD, you did win the highest gifter, so you have another reading coming to you. Whether you want to choose to have that reading today or whether you'd like to hold it for another date, just make sure that you memorize today's date so you can claim it if you choose to have it on a different day. Absolutely. Excellent. No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same one. And Ruby, if you're losing service, I'm happy to draw that card for you. Okay. I got you, dear. So, um, the card that came through on it is the Five of Wands in its upright. Um, the thing I'm seeing around this is I just keep on getting trying to utilize the thing about this is I'm not sure if this is a quality that you noticed in another person, but somebody who, if you noticed a tendency of another person trying to use commitment, deepening commitment to fix fights, is what I'm getting. Like there's some kind of element of sadness around something because and here's the thing about it, when you recognize another individual's tendency to utilize deepening commitments to fix things, right? Then it's the understanding that nothing is fixed by a deepening commitment. Yeah, right. It's the observation or the understanding that when we work into, especially if I keep on hearing, especially if it feels like something that came out of the blue, right? Deepening commitments don't fix things that are not that are not desperate situations. So the modality or the circumstance by which something happened rapidly could be indicative of the quality and nature of how wrong something is. But rather than taking the steps to heal it, like I keep on getting, especially if this was a quality that you notice when you were with someone, you know, like someone who only like when like I keep on hearing like somebody who creates a whiplash moment in an argument where that completely distracts from having to have to resolve it, because the commitment, like I keep on hearing the commitment is a like the request for a commitment is a mic drop moment, rather than than finishing the conversation. So if there's some kind of quality or condition by which that occurred, or something that you notice, like that's your confirmation on it. Thank you, dear. And thank you for those heart me's, Ruby. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I hope you have a beautiful time. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, AD. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. So much support. Of course, just let me know. Just remember today's date and you can come back at any time to claim that reading. Hi there, Numbuere. You're never late. Welcome. Good to see you. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. I hope you have a beautiful day. Absolutely. You know, Wilfred, I have to point out, I have a movement called Tarot Church where I've been studying the tarot for over 30 years. And I need to tell you that if one of the reasons I created it is because um, that I noticed there's a lot of false preconceptions in relation to the tarot cards. Um, Moving one away from a faith practice, I need to tell you, in the 30 years I've studied the cards, everything I've studied about the tarot isn't going to move you away from your chosen faith practice. It's probably going to bring you closer to it. I offer monthly classes to those to help understand that. And I also, one of the reasons I read publicly each day is to try to clear a lot of the misconceptions related to the tarot. I hope that helps. Absolutely. Kimbo, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. The next person we're reading for today is Kristen. Kristen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, we've got 4 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. Oh, we're not doing 1 cards yet, Julia. So Ruby had a situation where she was about to lose. She was about to lose. She was about to lose connection, so we just wanted to offer that. It's okay. I got you, Kristen. Hi there, ND. So I'm happy to do a reading for you. It sounds like you're looking for a mind, body, spirit reading. If you would like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for $29. I also offer we also offer a free 1 card reading for paid members each and every day. Absolutely. Make sure that you're prioritizing on goals and working on focus. Absolutely. Okay. You know, Wilfred, I have to point out, I'm not here to potentially prove anything to you. You know, this is a choice that you have in being here. So if you want to receive what we're doing here, I welcome you to it. But it's a waste of my energy to try to prove something to you. And I have to point out, most great spiritual teachers also explain this, right? The context by which another person asks for something to be proven. Like you have to understand, if you're not ready to receive, there's nothing that can be proven to you. I hope that helps. Excellent. I got you, Kristen. And before we continue right now, let's Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, Ivana, you have a beautiful day, dear. 2, 1. We got the Sow. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, I pinned up Kristen here. Guys, make sure to Kristen some love. Can I get 3 cards, please? 2 and 1 more, please. You know, the message that's coming through on this is you cannot reason with someone that does not have the same manifestation goal as you. I know it's painful. I know. It feels to me, you know, and the thing I keep on getting here around this is it feels like somebody who potentially like locked themselves out of your life. Right? And what does it feel like when another person has locked themselves out of their life? When another person, this often happens in the space by which another person misperceives you as someone who does not know does not have a sense of worth. You know, and I know why. Like when you have a sense of worth and somebody does that, it can be really confusing because it's somebody who potentially like just disappears, like just completely energetically vanishes. Right? And I need to point out, it's not okay to create, when energy disappears like that, and the quality and condition by which there's an abandonment wound there that's often connected, related to inner child healing, because it's the space or nature by which when we care about each other, we don't try to generate worry in each other. When we care about each other, we don't try to generate worry in each other. And so it feels a little bit like somebody who's trying to like move through an experience of the past where they try to create the space, like the false sense of worry that's created in the space by which another person literally does not respond in a reasonable way. And then we build worry, and then they try to articulate the fact that our worry was unreasonable. There's nothing unreasonable about worrying about someone who's not communicating. But it is like, you have to understand, with someone who's not in a healthy space, right? You'll often notice like the way you have to understand it is, and this is why we understand that that's often identified as a cry for help, because the cry for help is built into the false desire for another person to expend a lot of energy on us, and then to say like, oh, like, and here's the thing about it, it's very convenient, right? Because when another person does that, then it's either the space by which you worry too much, right? You get very, very worried, and then they say, you know, you've got too many emotions. But your emotions are reasonable, especially if somebody's doing something that feels out, right? It feels out of normal to what you energetically expect from them. Or simultaneously and similarly, right? The quality and condition by which, and I like to point this out, when we are in connection with each other, the time apart shortens instead of lengthens. I want you to write that down somewhere. It is totally normal to understand that when we care about each other, the time apart typically shortens. It does not lengthen. which is the quality and condition by which another person doesn't try to say to you, why are you so upset even though we haven't communicated? I communicated with you. I communicated with you very much between the hours of this, right? And pay attention to someone that's intentionally creating blank spaces for themselves. And a blank space for the self is when another person tries to front load, right? The proportionality of um, communication, so that then when they try to when they're no longer reachable, right? And you articulate upon the fact that you couldn't reach them, the answer to that isn't saying, but we talk so much. We talk so much. At that point, you're being unreasonable. It's because consistency is key. Consistency is key. And when we are being consistent with each other, right? When we're being consistent with each other, we don't, there are no dead zones, right? There's no dead zones in communication, which means your observation of potentially noticing that there's a dead zone that you try to communicate with someone and they're not responding to you, right? And if you try to respond to them, say, oh, I didn't hear from you, and them saying, but we talked so much earlier, being like, exactly, right? Paying attention to someone that's creating a dead zone for themselves, which is the observation of another person that tries to make it seem unreasonable when you've noticed the fact that you can't energetically reach someone during a particular, during a particular time, or during a particular moment, or the quality and condition by which another person is creating a dead zone for themselves by trying to front load a lot of energy that they're giving you. Because, bottom of the deck, there's none of that in a healthy relationship. There's no dead zone in healthy relationship, which doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that we have to instantaneously reply back and forth to each other, right? Because it's only unhealthy, right? There's a difference between somebody who's expecting instantaneous response. And instantaneous response is not healthy, right? Because instantaneous response is the observation of someone having to drop everything in order to get back to someone, which is not what we effectively do. But the understanding of being able to take accountability for what took so long, right? Like, that's all it is. Right? Like, that's what maturity is. Having maturity is taking accountability for what took so long. So not the quality and condition. Like, if you if you reply to somebody and they don't get back to you, them being able to take accountability for what took so long is the energetic respect that they have to allow you to understand that when they do that, they're giving you a gift, which is a window into their experience, right? So the window into the gift of the experience is the observation that when somebody's being reasonable and they take a long time to get back to us, then they will say, I was doing this, and they give us a very reasonable explanation as to the distance. But pay attention, right? Your confirmation that somebody's building a dead zone for themselves, your confirmation for someone building a dead zone is somebody who articulates, spends a lot of time talking to you. And then you try to reach them later and there's no answer. And then when you ask them about it, instead of giving you a proper response, which is the explanation, they say, but I talk to you so much. Exactly. Right? They're like, but I created a dead zone for myself. Pay attention to somebody who identifies the fact that they were creating a dead zone, because their response will never be in telling you why you couldn't reach them, but reminding you of the fact that you talk so much at the time that they were invested in letting you know what they were doing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list. The list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Edward, if you are abusing substances, I would deeply encourage you to make sure that you're getting support for it. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Excellent. And Wilfred, I have to point out that the quality and nature of using the higher power's name in vain is trying to articulate that you are speaking on behalf of the higher power. So you trying to articulate that you are speaking on behalf of a higher power is literally you taking the higher power's name in vain. So I just want to bring that up to you because it seems to me like you're very subscribed to a faith path because you've come in here with a lot of prejudice. So I want to make sure that if you're navigating that faith path, you're sticking to making sure that you're doing so in the way by which you're not accidentally deviating from it. I hope this helps, and I hope you find the healing that you're seeking. How you doing today, Dinosaur? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Yeah, Daniela, of course. If you want to give that donation there, absolutely. We've got room. Oh, what don't you understand about the categorical imperative? I mean, absolutely. What part of it is distressing or disturb? I mean, it's disturbing. I mean, there's something there you have to point out. The categorical imperative, by its nature, is it's a disturbing. It's a disturbing. It's a disturbing theory. I mean, I'll avoid that. I mean, that's my personal assessment on it. So the fact that you say it's disturbing, I'm like, well, yeah, it is disturbing. So, but if there's something you don't understand about it, I think that that's something to be considered. Hi there, Alice. We are doing donation-based readings right now. Absolutely. We already did the person. We already did the collective for the day here. And Kimbo, thank you for becoming the 88th fan in the fan club. And Bio, thank you so much for the sharing in the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. Absolutely. You're so welcome. Have a great day, dear. Hi there, it's Mai. How are you today? Thank you for also sending you support if you also connected to that message, Kimbo. And thank you for reposting. You're so welcome, Kristen. Sending you so much support on that journey. Yep. Hi there, Yaz. Absolutely. And thank you for getting on the list, Daniela. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. If anybody else would like to get on the list. Excellent. And the next person we are reading for today. We're not doing 1 cards yet, Yaz. We're not on 1 card yet. All right, let's get to it. The next person we're reading for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. It's okay, Yaz. All right. And while we wait for Lisa's question, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this one. We'll do that again after the next reading. Second call for Lisa. Second call for Lisa. If Lisa is not here, the next person we're reading for is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, we've got 3 spots left today. If anybody else would like to claim a spot on the list. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal, spirit, guide, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Ooh, we're doing another dream interpretation today. Love it. Give me a minute. Let me just pull it up. Okay. Avatar, where'd you post it? Why can't I find your dream? Where is your dream? It's telling me it's too long. Oh boy. Okay, yep. Take him. Yep, take a minute. All right, take your time to write it out. We'll hold on that for a minute. No, it's okay. All right, and while we're waiting for Avatar to finish posting the dream, we are moving on to Daniela. Daniela, thank you so much for that gift. Mm-hmm. So, so I need to point out, Daniela, I don't do medical reads here, but what I can offer you is a mind, body, spirit reading, which will basically give you an assessment on. It should basically give you an assessment on the your like the tangible body. It'll give you an assessment on the mind, body, and the spiritual body. And yeah, but with the understanding that nothing I articulate should ever stand in the way of seeking medical help in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Absolutely. If you can just confirm if that's the reading you'd like to, I'll be happy to give that one to you. Okay. Perfect. Okay, great. All right. Mm-hmm. Yep, I got you, dear. You're not the only one feeling like that. If it's any help. Um, yes. Can I please get 3 cards? Mm-hmm. So it seems like what we're noticing, so Daniela, you're identifying the fact that you feel like you've got a lot of energetic volatility, mind, body, spirit. Thank you. And one more, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, so the one thing I'm seeing related to this is the one thing I'm identifying here, and I just need to point this out because I've got a guide that's identifying the fact that you're just getting more. You're getting more attentive to navigating through your body cues. And the thing about it is, I feel like I see that you recently had to transition out of something that was requiring you to have to push through, as it were. And the thing you have to understand is pushing through is sometimes when we've had to work through, like, the thing about it, you have to understand when it comes to pushing through is that um, when we are pushing through, there's no pushing through when it comes to our bodies, which means like when we push through, then often the quality and condition by which we have to rest in proportionality to what we pushed through. It's interesting because I keep on getting the sense that your body is attenuating to the fact that you're going through some kind of break period, which is why I would not be surprised if you feel like you're resting much more than you typically would, because it feels to me like some of that, what's interesting about it is some of that rest that I see that you're navigating right now is some of that rest is catching up on situations by which you pushed through previously, and some of it feels like you're resting in preparation for a push. And this is what we mean, like, it's really funny because we talk a lot about, like, I want to describe this. We talk a lot about the observation of the body, that we do a lot of work in understanding that the body is able to catch up when it passed, but we seem to forget the fact that our spiritual body is sometimes ahead of us energetically. So if our spiritual body is ahead of us energetically and recognizes that we've got a lot of work to do, it'll sometimes allow us to rest in preparation for that work. So I would not be surprised right now, is what I'm seeing, if you feel like you're going through some short bursts right now, where one moment you feel very, very fine, and then, like, I keep on getting, like, boom, like some kind of exhaustion moment is what I keep on seeing here, because that that is what your body is giving back to you right now. And the reason I keep on saying that is what your body is giving back to you right now is and I don't know if there's something that you do that requires you to hold others' attention, but I often see this quality and condition with those like those who have experience in teaching, because the thing about it is, particularly like when your body has to prepare for long jags of holding attention, right? Then you have to understand that the quality and nature by which your body finds rest is having the ability, like in moments by which you're not, is having the ability to just allow yourself to fall into rest whenever it's energetically convenient, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to understand that that is like, especially if anything I'm saying here is in confirmation to something that you do. Remember, your body is giving itself the ability to drop into rest as a treat, right? The body going, oh, I'm dropping into instantaneous rest, a little treat, right? It's a little, I keep on getting, that's how the body that is forced to hold attention for long periods of time is going to treat itself when it's in a restive state, because it's the liberation of the body, that it's not just the fact that you're resting, but the fact that you feel, like the fact that you feel the inclination to rest and then you just can, that basically is the gift that you're giving back to your body, especially if you're going through some period away from something by which you're in a space by which you're used to having to hold a massive amount of attention for a long period of time. Because what often happens is, you have to understand, our bodies are very attenuated to knowing what we need. So in the context by which, what you might not be recognizing is, I keep on getting, there are blockers. You've got some energetic blockers that occur when your body knows that you need to effectively hold attention for a long time, which is potentially dipping into your own energetic reserves. So that's why I keep on getting, if you're going through these, like, I keep on getting these like jags, these jags of exhaustion, these little bouts, right? Remember, that is like giving your body the gift back of just dropping into rest at a moment's notice. Because I even see here, like, I wouldn't be surprised, especially bottom of the deck, I wouldn't be surprised if you need like not even 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I literally see like the treat that your body is receiving is the fact that you're like the gift that you can give back to your body, especially if you're taking a break, is just allowing yourself to follow your body's cues, right? Because that is something that is how your energetic form is feeling liberated, especially if, again, like I said, the hard part with those who have to hold attention for a long time is the fact that sometimes we can't, sometimes we don't, one does not have the ability to follow the body's cues. So recognize that that's just going to be the inclination of your body coming into a state of rest by feeling the delight of giving you a cue, and then you being able to just energetically embrace that cue at a moment's notice. And that is your body reconnecting to you, right? So just don't be like, just understand that that is, like, I keep wondering, like, that's you restoring your mind body connection during some kind of break periods. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 20, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my super fam, and for my paid members, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah. Thank you, Daniela. So again, just like I keep on seeing, it's like it's your body releasing stress that you have to hold by being able to just be attentive to its cues at the moment that it feels it. And something that potentially feels nurturing and healing. And I keep on seeing, especially and particularly if you do something that requires you to hold others' attention and not be able to be attentive to your body's cues, this is how your body's reconnecting to you. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Deepa, these are donation-based readings. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. I have one more spot available today before the list will be closed. Kimberly, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after it's mine. I got you, Kimbo. And we're going back now. Second call for Lisa. If Lisa is not back yet, then we're going to move on to a dream interpretation for Avatar. Antonia, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. Hi there. Oh, Lisa's back. Okay, so Avatar, please hold. And the next person we're reading for is Lisa. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, friends, we've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. You're so welcome, Danielle, and thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for the donation. And also, friends, joining us on the place where we keep the over on the Clock app, we're at 34K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. We're doing divination here, Anna. And I need to point out, Yahshua practices divination in several points in the Bible. If you look into the space by which he goes to save Mary Magdalene, lots of divination. I'll also point out that if you ever open your Bible for inspiration, you are also performing divination. That's called bibliomancy. And we're all very aware that Yahshua loves us, but I need to point out Yahshua asked us to treat each other with grace, love, and compassion. So the space by which you are trying to cast judgment on me, not knowing what I believe, is you potentially being in a space of radicalization or potentially trying to feel that your faith betters you, which is opposite of what Yahshua was teaching in that book. I hope you find the healing that you seek. You're welcome to stay here if you'd like to receive, but if you're going to potentially try to come in here and condemn others based on your belief system, I will proceed to mute and block you. And that's me subscribing to the work that Yahshua did, because that's what Yahshua did in terms of being able to articulate to others and creating a space of sanctuary. And again, the fact by which you're basing judgment based upon what one is wearing, again, that's antithetical to the teachings of Yahshua. So I hope you find the healing that you seek in terms of your journey, but I'm not going to potentially allow you to be in this space. I have a very simple rule, the same rule that Yahshua had when Yahshua was giving their messages. You have to be in a space of perfect love and perfect trust with those that are here. I hope that you find the healing that you seek, and I hope that you stop allowing fear to try to create a space by which you're trying to hurt others based upon the things that you believe. Your belief does not make you better than others. Your belief should build bridges of compassion to make the world a better place. I truly hope that you are able to return back to that book. I've got 2 copies of it here so that you can understand the true messages that Yahshua was teaching in relation to being accepting and loving others with an open heart. I hope you find that healing. I truly do. And I wish you I wish you hope and healing on that journey and moving away from the hate that you're carrying within you. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Adam, for being here and receiving these messages. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. As I mentioned, we're reading for Lisa. I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin up Lisa here before we continue. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I pinned up Lisa here. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. Can I get, please, 3 cards for Lisa? And 1 more, please. Oh, we got 4 cards coming out. It feels like it's time for some kind of it's giving me new routine. You know, it's giving me a lot of new routine energy. And I think that it's interesting too, because I feel like it almost is like you having to have a conversation with someone in relation to whether your presence is actually necessary somewhere, is what I keep on getting. Because, you know, and it's not even like, the thing about it is like there's something to be said. There's something to be said in terms of you being able to arrive somewhere to confirm that something is moving smoothly, right? And I keep on getting that your gift, I feel like I see you embodying some kind of maven energy. And the thing you have to understand is when you are embodying maven energy, then the more people you see every day, is most beneficial to you, right? Because it's the observation of you being able to identify that your true power, right? And the thing about it is, like, your power in being able to articulate to another, right? What what either like explaining to another person what something's all about, why it's important. I keep on getting here, like, you have to have a conversation with someone about the fact that there's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be said about being able to define upon approachability. And the thing about approachability that's really important is that there's something important about being able to put a face to things. Because when we're able to put a face to things, then we're able to effectively trust. We're able to trust more. And I feel like there's something really important about you potentially explaining that to someone. Because, and I need to point this out, right? It's completely ridiculous to have somebody in energy like yours having to effectively like it says to me, like, the quality and nature by which you're going through the motions on something, right? And I keep on getting going through the motions on something that you know, like something that not only you know how to do, but something that another person could do just as easily. Like, it says to me, like, you really have to have a conversation with someone about what is your actual strong suit. Because, and I want to point this out, that that identification point, right? Like, it's interesting because, like, I literally, I don't know why I see some kind of situations by which another person, like, I see some situations by which, like, I almost like see a situation by which you're like putting together something, right? Like, you're working tirelessly to put something together, and then it comes together, and then others show up and they're like, where are they? Right? Like, I literally see somebody like, where are they? And be like, oh, well, we have them working, right? Like, we have them working, and someone being like, but I'm here to see them. Like, I see somebody being like, I'm here to see them, right? Which is the observation of understanding. Like, you have to have a conversation with someone about what feels like what your strong suit is. Because, and I got to point this out, um that, like, you are like your gift, right? Like, and I can even see this, your gift has to do with others that energetically want to continue to connect with you, is what I keep on seeing. So if there's some kind of, like, I feel like if there's some kind of situation and circumstance, right, wherein, like, I want to point this out. I'm just going to tell you what I see. Like, somebody who, like, energetically is in something for as long as they're energetically working with you, but then the minute that you step away, or the minute that they give them to someone else, that person disappears. The conversation, like, what we're basically seeing that needs to happen is you need to be considered, right? You need to be considered in a leadership capacity, because that is effectively what leaders do, right? Leaders have, right, they're not necessarily completely connected to something, but they arrive into things to energetically check them. And it's the quality and nature by which another person feels, right, feels excited about the fact that they know. And this is what I keep, like, this is what you have to explain to somebody, right? Because I have to point this out. Like, if you're in the capacity by which you're working through a leadership role, and you can't necessarily be energetically present, then there's a logical reason by which you can't be present, because leaders cannot be present for everything, right? It's assumed. Leaders cannot be energetically present for everything because they're leading, right? They're leading. But if there's a situation, like this is what I keep on seeing that's happening that someone needs to recognize. If there's a situation by which another person builds a relationship with you, and then somebody moves them away from you, right? Then I literally see that there's friction because there are situations and circumstances by which too much energy wants to be working in collaboration to you, and potentially departing from situations because they feel energetically disappointed when they meet. I keep wondering, they find the disappointment in building a connection with you, and then feeling, I keep on hearing, like working through the emotions when they feel the sense by which that relationship does not become pervasive. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, if this is something, like the thing about that is if this is something that you're experiencing, right? Like it feels to me like somebody needs to recognize that they're actually, the sound of them not putting you into a leadership position is actually making something worse. Because I keep on seeing that if something is, it's like if something is absolutely very high, right? If I keep wondering, if individuals feel like extremely satisfied when they're working with you, and then suddenly as soon as they're moved into something else and that satisfaction level is going lower, that's because you need to be in a leadership position, because that's the quality and condition by which they're recognizing that what you're bringing towards something is vastly better than what they're energetically finding around something. And when you find something like that, that is not a situation by which you should do something less, but they should be doing something more, right? That is them, you having to potentially articulate upon the quality and condition by which, again, if somebody is logical and recognizes that, then they would potentially understand the massive potential that is to be found with you, particularly and especially if everyone is energetically looking for you after working with you, which is the quality, like, which is something that, and again, the thing about it that's often hard about situations like this is if they're not in the space by which they can recognize the gift that they have in you being able to energetically blow the curve, as it were, right? If they can't recognize the absolute gift coming towards them, I feel like it's interesting because, I either see you walking away from something and being offered something that allows you that point of leadership control, or having to understand and identify, right? And here's the thing about it, like it's weird because like like, and this is the thing, I feel like I need to bring this forth. If somebody tries to say to you, right, you're doing something too well, like you have to say to somebody, like, there's no quality and condition by which you're going to worsen your quality. That is you saying, well, I guess I'm in the wrong position then. If I'm doing something that's so good that I'm blowing the curve for everyone else around the self. Like that isn't a situation that you should try to do less, but the situation by which another person should be offering you more. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my account. For my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Sending you so much support on that journey, Lisa. Thank you guys for supporting each other, and thank you for also receiving this message, Natalie. Hi, Bridget. Excellent. Welcome, Secret. Hi, Figment. I'm doing well. How are you doing? All right, the next person we're reading for today is Avatar. We're doing a dream reading. Excellent. Excellent. Let's bear with me. I don't even know how you. No problem. Oh, and thank you. So, Lisa, Daniela's also sending you love over on the place where we keep the videos. All right. How you doing today, Kay? Welcome, Jordan. How you doing today, Al? Excellent. Hi there, Anjish. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. All right, let's get to it. Got you. I've got the dream up here. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. We're also at 36K likes over on the place where on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Is this, and it's outside tea on the dream, and you guys know what we do before we start a dream here. We break out the dream coconut. Ooh, I like that one. That was nice. Let's get to it. I just woke up from a dream where I had been pew-pewed twice. Well, I thought I had. And the thing is, I knew the shooter, but never actually saw him. He was an ex of my best friend and friend. I used to party with him a lot until he betrayed me by stealing from me. I don't know why I'm writing this part, but it feels relevant. I remember crossing a grassy knoll with a bunch of other people who at the time didn't know in the dream, and we were running from being pew-pewed at. I got hit in my right foot and fell to the ground. I got up to keep running in order to hide from behind an outside wall of a building nearby me. And then I got hit again in my low backside on the right near my kidney. I fell to the ground again, but remember thinking I'll stay on the ground so I look unalived and don't get pew-pewed at again. The next part of the dream, a bunch of us were inside of a building. It was white with cement walls and big dangly windows that are hazy. I realized that there is a threat inside of the building, and this time, when the person comes around a corner into an open room, I head straight at them, and during the tussle, I break their neck. I then proceed inside another room where we lock the door. It was a huge window looking out into the lobby where I can see the man whose neck I had snapped. You can see outside too, and the whole front of the room is made up of windows and exit doors. At this point, I'm checking my wounds with another person and weeping hysterically that I just hurt someone. I pull up my pants leg to see I wasn't even injured on my foot. I look at the wound on my back and realize it was just a graze. Suddenly, I remember earlier in the dream that I felt a bullet moving around inside of me when not out in the grass after being pew-pewed and wondering if it had exited my body or was going to move up into my heart. 4 cards, please. Okay. It's a shadow work dream, clearly. And it's a shadow work dream that's dealing specifically on the nature of a betrayal. And the thing you have to recognize with shadow work dreams or dreams of this nature is there's nothing we can experience in the dream space that we have not already experienced. So all of this has effectively happened to you. But the body, the spiritual body is contextualizing it so that you can heal upon it further. So, what do we effectively identify was occurring in this dream space? You identified, and this is why it was relevant that you mentioned to me that the individual who you identified as the person who was attacking you was someone that you had known in the past to have hurt you. Okay? And you identified the fact that they stole from you. And this is the identification of understanding the quality and condition by which this person hurt you felt similar to, right, being shot at from behind, right? Because it's the quality and nature that when we trust each other, we don't feel that we have to effectively keep an eye on each other, right? Because that quality and understanding by which we have to perpetually keep an eye on each other is the feeling by which we know that we won't be hurt. And that's why you saw that as a grassy knoll, because the reason you are identifying a grassy knoll is potentially, I wouldn't be surprised, right, if there was something that was occurring in that moment that you had done a million times before, right? The quality and nature by which you weren't necessarily, like, this is why the injury may have hurt so much, because a grassy knoll may be feeling even more like the reason that the betrayal hurt was because another person waited to betray you, pulling you into a false sense of security, right? It would have been more painful. It would have been less painful if they had betrayed you the first time that you'd met them. But the feeling by which you potentially became comfortable with someone, and through repetition, right, you became more and more vulnerable, was the feeling by which you identified. That's why you identified the grassy knoll there, because you were in a state of deep relaxation when this person potentially hurt you or betrayed you, which is why you identified that you felt like they hit you in your right foot. And I wouldn't be surprised if you identified the fact that the right foot, the place that they said that they hit you, was it your Achilles heel? Was it the moment by which you feel like they lulled you into a false sense of security by so that they could identify your Achilles heel? To be able to identify where you were weakest, and then feeling the fact that once they identified where you were weakness, attacking you directly at that point. So it was the quality and nature of the betrayal that we see as being articulated in the dream space to help you understand why this might be so hard to let go of. Because it's not just the fact that they hurt you, but they waited to find out what your Achilles heel was. And then at a moment of deep vulnerability, they struck you directly in the part that they knew was most vulnerable. But even then, we see that you kept running in order to hide behind an outside wall of a building nearby. But then you got hit again in, you said, the lower backside on the right near your kidney, which is again the observation and the understanding that the only way, right, the only way another person could hurt you from behind that building was if they knew, right, not only the fact that they knew that you were vulnerable, but also the observation of knowing where you would go when you were feeling vulnerable. So and that's why you identified. That's why, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were more than one person that was involved in this betrayal, because you identified specifically that this was someone that was connected to another friend. So the observation that it hurt you because not only did it damage your relationship to them, but the fact that it severely damaged the relationship to the friend that was connected to them because of proximity was why you see that you were hit twice, because it created the space by which you no longer could trust the judgment of the friend that brought you into connection with them in the first place, right? So that's why it feels like a double injury. And that's why you said you fell to the ground and you remembered you're just going to stay on the ground so you wouldn't get hurt again, which is potentially just leaving a situation, right? Not even arguing, departing from it without a word, because you recognized and realized potentially in the context, right? This is what became so difficult about that situation, because you realized that I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't want to say anything when this person hurt you, specifically because you didn't want your friend to feel bad about it, right? That's potentially what potentially happened there, which is why you identified the fact that you said you fell to the ground. You probably just ghosted that friend. You stopped communicating with them because you didn't want to articulate to them the level of betrayal you felt in someone taking, because you knew that it would effectively affect them as well, which is why you were identifying the fact that you said that you just went down and looked like you weren't alive, potentially taking the blow of the relationship coming to an end so that you wouldn't have to effectively articulate to them the full level of betrayal that you experienced in relation to that circumstance or situation, right? The next part of the dream, you said a bunch of you were inside that building and that it was white with cement walls and big dangly windows that were hazy. And you realized that there was a threat inside the building. Okay? And this time you said that when the person came around the corner into an open room, you headed straight at them. And during that tussle, you hurt them. Now, this second part of the dream is working through what is potentially happening in the present based upon that experience, which is you, right? You're still in a space of energetic recovery, which is potentially, and this is the result of that, which is potentially the experience by which you feel like you're incredibly guarded. You're incredibly guarded and very standoffish. And potentially you have that quality or tendency that when another person comes towards you, right? You push really hard. But with the context, now do you understand the context that we see here? With the context of the experience that you had, we see why, right? We've got good reason. Because, and this is often what happens, and this is why you understand the nature by which others protect us, because they care about us. When others see you being very conscientious, right? And this is what you identify when somebody's being nebulous, right? When somebody's being unreasonably nebulous, which is why you identified the fact that you said a white cement wall, but with big dangly windows that are hazy. So you've basically got a tendency that when another person is being, right, unreasonably hazy about something, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if there was something about that experience where you noticed that their haziness was what allowed for the betrayal to occur. You have a tendency now that when somebody is the least bit hazy about something, you go full Capricorn. Like that's your Capricorn placement right now. That's what a Capricorn will do, right? Capricorn be like, "Why are you being hazy?" like done without a second thought, without a beat. You don't wait for an explanation. You don't try to figure out why. You finish it, right? You don't let anyone close. The minute they're hazy, you cut them off, which is why you saw that's your Capricorn placement there, okay? And that is why you said you proceeded to go into another building where you locked the door. And it was a huge window looking out into the lobby, because now you're in a space with clear windows. So now you can see with clear windows, and you can see the individual who you hurt. You can also see outside too. The whole front of that room is made up of windows and exit doors. And at this point, you're checking your wounds that with another person. You see? With another person. This is the inner child healing that you're carrying into new relationships with another person. You're checking your wounds with another person, okay? And you're weeping hysterically because you realize, right? And this is what happens. This is what happens on our healing journey, right? We cannot help this. That even in the context by which we've experienced something that was terrible, we build up defense mechanisms that sometimes are overwrought, right? That's what we work through. It's very normal to go through experiences that hurt us profoundly, and then as a result, to have overwrought defense mechanisms. So, what are you navigating? You're navigating the overwrought defense mechanism that occurred from something incredibly unreasonable and insane occurring to you. And that's why you identified that when you started to pull up your pants leg, you recognized that those injuries, right? They didn't seem as devastating, but that's because that was a different person, right? That was a different person. And that's why you said with another person, because it's the observation of you potentially recognizing that what potentially happens, and this is where you find yourself on your healing journey, that without, right, there will be moments where things that occur remind you, right? They remind you of something that was absolutely awful that happened to you. And even in those moments, your ability to navigate them with a sense of being overwrought and overprotective, right, is always going to be the space by which you're energetically calibrating, right? You're calibrating the rationality that gets damaged. And this is what happens, right? When we have experienced when we have experienced things that are beyond others' purviews, then others see us navigating in ways that may feel irrational until they understand the extent of harm that we ourselves have experienced, which is why you are effectively crying hysterically, because it's the observation of understanding the nature of having to survive through something or experience something that others don't have experience with. It changes us in ways that are devastating because it requires us to be protective where others are not, because we've got a real wound there, right? It's the observation of understanding and having awareness in terms of how bad something can become, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if you have experiences by which you are being overly careful about things and others are saying it's not that big a deal, and you articulating and saying it is, specifically and particularly because it is you going through those reminding points of the experience, like you navigating the trigger that potentially allows you to be able to facilitate and identify what feels rational and reasonable. And this is why you identified that you said that even in the dream, right? You said you remembered earlier. You said you remembered earlier as you were looking at your wounds, you felt that bullet moving through you. You knew you had been hurt like that, and wondering if it had exited the body or was going to move up into your heart, right? It's the observation of understanding, right? That is you honoring. And this is what's potentially painful about your own healing journey, right? Constantly questioning, right? The constant question about the force of effort that you're navigating in order to be protective, right? To qualify the rationality or the reasonability of having experienced something profoundly unreasonable, right? Profoundly unreasonable. And this is what happens when we experience something that is profoundly unreasonable, then it enters the realm of possibility. And that's what's hard about it. When another person puts us through something that is profoundly unreasonable, it now exists in the realm of possibility. So we carry that wound with us all over the place, specifically and particularly in the quality and condition by which others are articulating that we're worried about things, right? We're worried about things that we shouldn't necessarily worry about, but we are always deeply invested in worry about them because we are informed by our trauma. So we are seeing in this dream space the guide showing you the fact that it's not just the fact that you experience trauma, but the difficulty of experiencing and navigating in a trauma informed body by those who have not been in the presence of those who have not been as fully traumatized, right? And it always feels like the modality by which, and this is what you see that you carry forward with you, having to work through your Capricorn placements, which is saying, are you being too, like, are you working into the context by which you sometimes feel anxiety, that you are being too protective, or were you not feeling protective enough, right? And this is what often happens when we're navigating through those wounds. But again, I want to point out, right, the fact that the guides are showing you this, right? The fact that the guides are showing you this is also helping you see how far you've come, right? The fact that the guides are showing you this is identifying and articulating to you how far you've come, because you're even in the context by which you navigate it, you're allowing for that possibility to energetically inform the self as you continue forward. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, thank you. Sending you support as well. Thank you for also receiving that message. Hold on a moment. Chantal, thank you for reposting. Absolutely. And thank you so much for sharing that reading. It seems like it connected with a lot of individuals, dear, or that dream. No, the knoll, because the knoll is the identification point of somebody bringing, like, somebody trying to intentionally, right, crossing that was somebody trying to bring you into the space by which they were making you feel comfortable doing something that you had done before with them. Yeah. Sending you support on that journey, Avatar. Absolutely. Thank you, dear. Thank you as well, Nikki. Hi there, Mia. Yeah. The betrayal was so deep because it came from someone who knew I had already been betrayed that way. So that is why you saw the Achilles heel coming through, because they knew that that was already something that you were vulnerable about, but instead of protecting it, they took advantage of it. Oh, sending you support, dear. Sending you so much support on that journey. You're so welcome, dear. How you doing today, Esteban? All right, let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for today. How you doing today, I? Absolutely. And thank you for those moons, D. Then we bring out the dream coconut. We always do the dream coconut. It's what we do here whenever we do a dream interpretation. All right, let's get to it. One moment, please. All right, let's get to it. Hi, dear. I know it's heavy, but here's the thing about it. Like, it's saying to me, heavy feeling, heavy healing with a dream like that, Avatar. Right? They're showing, like, what the guides are showing is your response to things isn't irrational given what you've gone through. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is It's My. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got one more spot available before the list will be closed. It's in the disco. I got you, dear. Thank you as well, Numbwari, for being here and receiving these messages. Gay rights or human rights icon. All right, let's get to it. I got you, dear. All right, let's get to it. I got you, dear. Oh, it did. Okay, that's fascinating. Absolutely, I got you, dear. And before we continue right now with It's Mai's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up It's My here. Two more, please. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing here. So there's a very specific message that's coming through on this, and it feels like it's coming through exactly in that same angelic that I was reading into before, which is to say, like, the first message I'm getting is there's absolutely no such thing as a lost cause. Okay? There's absolutely no such thing as a lost cause. But change is impossible for those that carry too much fear in their heart. Right? Change is scary. Change is scary, especially for someone who has had a lifetime of trauma. And the thing about it is, whoever I'm reading for here, like, you being completely aware that their trauma's got their claws in them. You know? And the reason I say trauma's got claws is because trauma deals in what ifs. Right? Trauma never has facts. Trauma's got a whole load of what ifs, right? That another person can't let go of, which often, and I like to point out, the more traumatized an individual is, the greater those what ifs become, right? And the thing about it is not your job. There are many things that you can do. I can see it. You can do a lot. There are many things that you can do. There are many things you can do. Okay? There is one thing that I know that this is painful, right? I know that this is painful. There is one thing you cannot do. You cannot clear fear from someone who is clearly terrified. Okay? I want you to write it down somewhere, because whatever these things you're getting in feels like it's the same thing. You cannot clear fear from someone who is clearly terrified. I know it's painful. I know it's painful. I know it's painful. And here's the worst part about it. The more you try to clear someone's fear, because you know what happens when you try to clear someone's fear? More fear. Right? More fear. So your ability to understand, and I think that, and this is the thing I keep on seeing that's energetically painful around a situation, you having full understanding, right? You having full understanding of how that fear formed. You have full understanding of how that fear formed, right? But did you put that fear there? If the answer is no, then they should not be subjecting it to you. Okay? And that's like here, I know, and that I mean, this is how this this is what this angelic says, right? It's harder. It makes it more painful when you can be fully aware, right? And when you are fully aware of the reason the fear's there, right? But if you didn't put it there, then they should not be subjecting you to it. Being brave, right? Like, and I want to point this out. I think it's harder too, because I see somebody who prides himself on their bravery, but the thing is, I'm being brave for you. If somebody said to you, I'm being brave for you, then you understand that that is them sustaining a point of uncomfortability. We're brave for each other all the time. It's not fits and starts. It's not momentary. It's not moments of bravery, right? Sustained bravery is how we build a life. I think you need to write this down. You need to write that down. That's coming straight from this guide. Sustained bravery is how we build a life. Sustained bravery is how we build a life. We don't have to have it figured out. We figure it out. We don't have to figure it out. We figure it out. And this individual's ability to over compartmentalize has been self-sabotaging them. Right? They're going to compartmentalize themselves. Like I see somebody compartmentalizing themselves into a 1-bedroom apartment. You know, like, because you know what? It's nice and safe in there. Right? They know where everything is. They can see everything's line of sight. Right? If that's what they need, And I know that's what's painful here. I know if that's what they need to feel safe, then you can heal by reminding yourself that you are leaving them in their safety. But, okay, but, right? And I know it's painful because you already know what's going to happen here. They're gonna sit there and say to themselves, they're free, they're free, they're free, until they see the life that they could have had with you. And I'm going to tell you right now, I see a period of time here. I'm going to tell you this right now with full clarity. If this energy tries to come back towards you as you're starting with someone else, that is your closure. That is your closure. Okay? I want you to count the days. I want you to remember, I want you to start counting the days. I want you to count the days that you're giving somebody to find their courage. Okay? Count the day. This is what count the days that you're giving someone to find their courage. Because if this is the energy that finds their courage only when they see you moving on, that's not courage. That's claiming. Okay? That's not courage. That's claiming. That's not somebody saying they're ready. That's somebody saying they're not ready. That's somebody emphatically saying they're not ready. Because, again, they're identifying the fact that they don't want to have that joy with you, but they don't want to see you finding that joy with anybody else. And that's why I have this. This angelic does not show up much. I don't read for this angelic very frequently, but when this angelic shows up, this is the angelic that shows up when they have had enough. When they have had enough is what I get. So and I'm sure that any message you're getting right now is directly from them. And the thing about it, they don't beat around the bush with these messages, right? They show up to be very, very clear, right? This is a clearing energy, right? Don't let somebody sentimentalize the fact that they're being nebulous with you, because this is the energy that says this is how clear it can be. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. If you message me, I'll be happy to share that with you, dear. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. When we care about each other, we give each other clarity. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got room for one more person tonight before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you so much, Estevan, for those gifts, dear. Appreciate you. You're so welcome, dear. Sending you so much support on that journey. And Gusta, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Picasso, you got your own, dear. Absolutely. Hi there, Aditya. Absolutely. I'm happy to read for you on that, Picasso. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. I've got one more spot available today. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for right now is Kimberly. Kimberly, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, dear. Oh, I got you. Okay, and as I mentioned, friends, we've got room on the list for one more person tonight. If anybody else would like to claim that spot. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to get back on the list to claim the spot, you just need to let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. We read for here: life path, highest party messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit, guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, all you need to do is let me know if you can also get on the list today. You can send the donation directly through the app, or you can send it through the tree that is Binks in my Lio. And if you become a super paid member there, not only do you get the discount on the reading, but you also receive a free 1 card reading each day. All right, let's continue. Excellent. And I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. We'll do it again after the next reading. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. It seems like a lot of work, but it's possible, right? It is, I mean, it is good because it feels to me like it's like, I don't know, like, did you read for something where you, like, the amount of individuals who have nothing better, like, whatever you were reading for, like, I like to point out, like, like when I see energy like this, the best thing I can have, like, the best thing I can see with a reading like this is it is remarkable the amount of work that energy will get into to try to get someone to doubt themselves. It's pretty impressive, right? Like when you have to imagine, I don't know why, like can you imagine energy that would literally spare no expense? Like energy that would spare no expense to get you to doubt yourself? It's impressive, right? It's impressive. It's impressive, right? Like it's giving me a lot, like when you see something like that, I need to point out when you see something like that, the only thing you can do How long did that take you? That must have been expensive. How long did that take you? It's remarkable, right? It's pretty crazy. Oh, did you guys come up with that all by yourself? It's giving me a lot. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. I've never understood it. Like honestly, people got like I don't understand. Some people have a lot of time on their hands. Some people got a lot of time. Like when somebody has a lot of time on their hands, never underestimate the power of someone who has too much time on their hands and no sense of purpose. That's what the message is coming through on this is, right? Never underestimate. I got to write it down for you, right? You got a guide, you got a strong guide. I know it's wild. I'm looking at it, it's wild, right? Never underestimate. God, never underestimate the power of someone with too much time on their hands and absolutely no sense of purpose whatsoever. And that's what you have to call that energy. It's literally, in spirit, it's called whatsoever, right? Because when you see, like, you have to understand the quality and nature by which other energy avoids this place is because of whatsoever energy. Like, it's baffling. It's energetically baffling, right? And the thing you have to understand, the only thing more baffling than whatsoever energy is battling whatsoever energy. Because you have to understand that's all, like, that is when somebody lacks purpose, right? When somebody lacks purpose, that is the sound of someone looking for a battleground, right? Like, that's all it is, right? Like, that's all it is. It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs, right? Because when you see somebody, right? Everybody goes through that period for a short period of time, but the whole point is you have to understand it's only supposed to be for a short period of time, right? But when you understand that when somebody has reached a point of energetic misery, right? When somebody's reached a point of misery, when all they have is time, right? When all they have, they've got nothing else, they've got no sense of purpose, they've got no understanding of the value of intrinsic things, where they've lost, like, that is the sound of someone that is completely lost. The sound of someone who is completely lost to spirit. And the thing about it is, your ability, when you see energy like that, okay, I know it's frustrating. I know it's unreasonable. I know it feels entirely provocative, right? Somebody trying to provoke you is somebody that wants your energy, right? And when you recognize that your energy is precious, then when another person is provoking or coming towards you with no other reason than the fact that they want to that they want to play in your face, or they want to come into the space by which they're like, what are you going to do about it? You literally, the answer is nothing. Let them have it, right? If they want to build nothing, then give them an abundance of it. Okay? Give them an abundance, because you have to understand, right? That energy, when energy's like that, and here's the worst part about it, trying to figure out the reason why is, right? Like, it's not your job. It is not your job to get out, it's not your job to get out a magnifying glass to try to figure out why someone hasn't grown up. Because the thing about it is, if another person, like, that is what immature energy wants from you, right? Somebody being like, I bet you're wondering why I did that. But like, no, I'm not. It's pretty simple, right? Because immature energy does not need a reason to do things, right? Immature energy does not need a reason. Immaturity, let the immaturity be the closure, right? When somebody's doing something that is confounding, right? They don't deserve a magnifying glass. Because you have to understand that when immature energy recognizes that all you need to do, and this is what happens to some individuals, when immature energy recognizes that all you need to do to generate energy towards you is be confusing, be prepared to see the most immature, confusing energy on the planet doing things that have absolutely no reason beyond the fact that one desires to confound. And if somebody's like that, you don't need any more. Like, that's your closure, right? You literally just need to say to someone, they're too immature, right? And someone will be like, why? And be like, they're immature because they don't do anything that's logical, and they do things solely for attention. And the worst part about it is when somebody's doing something for solely for attention, prepare for whatever they're doing to be incredibly confusing, right? Because some energy that lacks purpose just desires bandwidth. And when you understand that energy that lacks purpose just desires bandwidth, it's a sad state of affairs. Because why would you desire, right? In a world where there are so many things that need tending, right? And this is how spirit sees it. In a world with so many things that need actual tending, for another person to get up in their feelings because they don't have your bandwidth, that is reprehensible. It's reprehensible. There is a spiritual consequence for energy like that. There is a spiritual consequence for energy like that. And the energy, and I guarantee you that not 9 times out of 10, the energy, right? The energy that tries to do that, tries to articulate, they're always atheists. They're always like, oh, there's nothing, being like, you're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself. You're right, for you, for you, right? Ask and you shall receive, right? Ask and you shall receive. It's ridiculous. But here's the thing about it. Don't let, right? Don't let that type of energy get the better of you. Okay? There are guides around us that want to help us find our highest purpose. And often, unfortunately, when I see energy like this, right? When I see energy when you see somebody, like, honestly, I know it sounds weird and wild, but they're yeah, there's certain energy out there that literally will spare no expense just to create the space by which another person doubts their own sense, right? There's energy out there that will spare no expense to make someone doubt their own sense. And when you understand that there's energy out there that will spare no expense to make another person doubt their sense, like when you see something like that, this is all they get. And you know why that claps slow? Because that's how spirit sees it. That's how disgusted spirit is seeing someone in that space. That's how there are things that you can do that literally disgust spirit. And that is disgust, because it is the waste. It is the energetic wastefulness. The energetic wastefulness of energy that has nothing better to do than to try to make another person doubt themselves. If you see it, it's because you're not a part of it. If you see it, it's because you're not a part of it. And that's whatever I saw was coming through for you, that's what was being entered. Like, basically, like observe and stay out of it. Like, observe and stay, leave them to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I've got room on the list for one more read tonight. If anybody else would like to claim that reading, It's an incredibly sad existence. It's an incredibly sad existence. But here's the thing about it. Anyone who chooses to do that at any moment could choose different. So the sadness is a sadness that is the amplification of another person making sad choices. You're so welcome, dear. And sending you so much support on your journey. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. Hi there, Estevan. Excellent. And thank you again for the follow, Gusta. I'm happy to. So the cards, and I'll show you these cards because I know you were asking, dear. These are the cards I pulled. Don't speak about yourself like that, right? Don't speak about yourself like that. You're a work in progress, right? And a work in progress, it does not require, like, means that there's always things that we can improve upon. It's our ability to understand and qualify that is how we get there. Thank you as well. But here's the thing about it, right? Start with a healthy manifestation goal, Kimbo, right? Like, let the manifestation goal guide you. And if you're having a hard time connecting to it, take some time in contemplation with the higher self. Say, where are we? What are we doing? Show me the way to get there. Thank you as well, Ella. I like that, Numbwari. Absolutely. It can't be. But I like to point out that that type of energy always is adamant about the fact that there aren't repercussions. And they state that out of a space of fear. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. I'm happy. If you'd like to have another reading, I'm happy to do so if you'd like to send the donation, Kimbo. Jamiko, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. I've got one more spot today. We are doing, hi there, we're doing personal readings right now. We finished the collective, and we're going to be starting on one card readings for Superfam and subscribers shortly. Okay. Absolutely. Truth, it's very impolite to speak about someone present in the third person. Okay. It's also really impolite to cast judgment in a space of healing when you don't necessarily navigate or know what you're experiencing. If there's something here that's creating fear in you, then I would encourage you to move on to somewhere that is creating a space of more health. How you doing today, Trending? These are donation-based reads, so we are doing. We've got one more reading to do today, and actually, the list is now closed. So, if anybody else would like a reading today, we'll be getting started on one card readings for Superfam and paid members after this reading. So, if you'd like to become a Superfam or a paid member, we'll be getting started on those shortly. Absolutely. And I just need to point out I'm not in the space of communicating with anyone who refers to me in the third person when I'm presently here. So perhaps in the future, Truth, you should think about more about being respectful in terms of the desire to communicate rather than trying to cast judgment upon things. I hope you find the healing you seek. All right, let's get to it. Excellent. Kim, can you please just confirm where you sent the donation? Just the initials enough, please. Eric, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. If you're having a difficulty on it, I want you to make sure that you're reaching out to those that are in your proximity to keep you company through it. Make sure that you're doing so with support. And I hope that something that you're finding here is helping you on that journey. I also want you to be very conscientious with this full moon coming up, because I need to point out often when we've got full moons in Pisces and full moons in Cancer, it can be hard for those who are working through recovery. So make sure that you're putting extra effort on that journey right now. Absolutely. Hi there. So Superfam, we're streaming in 2 locations right now. Superfam is designated to those who are on the Clock app, but if you'd like to become a paid member, we're on the place where you keep the videos. We'll be starting 1 card readings after this personal. Thank you for confirming, Kim. And I believe you stated that you'd like to have a life path reading. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up Kim here. Guys, make sure to give Kim some love. 3 cards, please. I need to point out, Yahshua never articulated to just follow Yahshua in order to have struggles removed. Yahshua navigated that we should be treating each other with a sense of compassion and love, and doing unto our neighbor as we would want done to us. So I hope that, again, Yahshua was not asking you to worship Yahshua. Yahshua was asking you to embody the practices that they were living. Thank you so much, dear. Can I please get 3 cards for Kim? Mm-hmm. So there's a strong message that's coming through related to a lot of healing that I see that you have to navigate in terms of what is healthy. And the thing you have to understand is, and I feel like there's something really important that I'm seeing and related to your journey right now, is when somebody identifies that something is or is not healthy for us, then they can give a sound reason as to why, right? Something healthy always has a reasonable explanation attached to it, right? The quality and nature by which we effectively understand, and this is the thing about it, right? Even in the spiritual context, right? Something that is spiritually healthy also does not breach logical explanation. And this is what we talk about with alignment, because when you notice that you're working through healthy alignment, right? What's good in the tangible space and what's good in the spiritual space, they agree. They agree. They agree. Right? They agree. Right? They high five. Right? It's the double yes that is articulated by something that we know is good for us, both tangibly and spiritually. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I see you really deeply invested in a spiritual practice. And the thing about it, and I like to point this out, this often happens with those that are deeply like spiritual healers often become very deeply ingrained in a spiritual practice. And what do they often bring towards a spiritual practice? Healthy questions, right? Healthy questions, because that's how, right? That's how we heal the spiritual space, which is the space by which we understand the agreement, right? And this is what we work towards mutual agreement, that what we articulate must be what we embody. What we articulate must be what we embody, which means, and it's not the space by which everything is perfect, but the understanding by which you don't have to, I keep wondering, you don't need to circumnavigate something you're doing to make it make sense to something you believe. And I keep on getting this in terms of you having to heal something, having to heal from some energy around you that's been circumnavigating, right? And circumnavigating, and you'll often notice this, like when somebody's circumnavigating, be like, well, if you believe that, why are you doing this? And being like, well, let me tell you. Okay. Have you ever noticed somebody spiritually circumnavigating? It's hilarious, right? They'll be like, okay, look, so here's this, but if I do this, and if you do this, but then here, yeah, but there's a technicality, right? There's a technicality right here that says that as long as I do this and technically I'm still doing that. What? What are you doing? Right? It's the circumnavigation that is energetically distressing, because the minute that you realize that another person is circumnavigating something that they're doing to fit into something that they're articulating that they practice, never has that person strayed further off of their path, right? Because it's that circumnavigation, it's that head scratch circumnavigation, and being like, I don't really feel like you're embodying the spirit of something if you're circumnavigating it. I don't really think that you're following the spirit, and that's all I keep on seeing, you having to say to someone, I don't really feel like you're following the spirit of something if you got to do all that circumnavigation to explain something that you're doing that feels antithetical to something that you articulate you believe. The circumnavigation is distressing, right? It's the circumnavigation. And that circumnavigation of an individual potentially trying to articulate, but saying, well, no, I know that it doesn't look like I am, but pay attention, right? Pay attention to the long algebra. Pay attention to the long algebra that I'm about to do to show you that even though it doesn't look like I'm following this technically, if you carry the 1 and move the 2, you see, look, I made it fit. That's not following the spirit of something. So I feel like there's something very important about you doing something that's getting you back to the heart of something. And when you get back, and here's the thing about it, when you get back to the heart of something, it becomes really easy, right? It's found in the doing. It gets really, really easy. And pay attention. Your ease will upset others. Your ease will upset others, because in the quality and condition by which you are effectively articulating how energetically easy it is to embody what it is that one believes, then you are energetically setting the standard of everybody around the self. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the hard part about this, like especially with this Chariot energy, I feel like you've had to go through a lot. Like I feel like you've had to go through a lot of abandonment. Like this is saying to me, like, and here's the thing about it. I feel like somebody who's good with their energy can't be scared in the face of another person threatening abandonment, because you have to understand, when we care about each other, we never threaten abandonment. That's all there is to it, right? That's it. It's that easy, right? How does it change it? How does it change your perception when you understand that when we care about each other, we never threaten abandonment? And here's the thing about it. If you would never do it, it shouldn't have happened to you. If you would never do it, if you would never dream of it, it shouldn't happen to you. And I feel like I see you, like I feel like I see situations or circumstances that are effectively amplifying and articulating, right? Amplifying and articulating upon helping, like, I feel like this is important too, because, and I know you're saying to me that you need a sense of purpose, but these cards, I gotta stress this. I actually feel like you've accomplished something recently I feel like you've accomplished something recently that's leaving you feeling a little adrift. But I want you, like, and sometimes we experience this. Like sometimes when we have an accomplishment, we feel a little crestfallen on the other side of it. because we recognize that we're still the same person on the other side. But I want you to understand, now would be, I feel like now would be a very good time for you to work on those manifestation goals, right? Like if you're feeling a little adrift, I want you to make sure that you're connecting with your higher self and saying like, hey, like what are we doing right now? What is that ideal self doing? Where are they? Right? And just allow yourself to be receptive to what you're potentially seeing there, because um I feel like there is something here. It almost feels like you're going back to something, right? It feels like you're going back to something that not a person, but it feels like you're going back to something that you used to hold closely because you're finally in the space where you can see it with fresh eyes. But the one thing I also think that's happening for you right now is pay attention. You know, like I need to point this out. There's something very telling when energy disappears, right? When energy disappears for a period of time and then arrives after we've experienced, like after we've gone through something, you know, there's something very important about you being able to maintain your boundaries. Um, and I keep on like, and I keep on hearing for you the difference between energy that says survived or thrived, right? Which is the observation of another, identifying and recognizing and working into the context of wanting to see you thrive rather than only being there when you're thriving, right? Energy that's healthy will be with you the whole time. It's not the type of energy that only, like, I just keep on seeing some energy being like, hey, I couldn't help noticing you're thriving. And sometimes that is the closure, right? Sometimes that is the closure, right? The difficulty between somebody that wasn't energetically consistent, but only energetically appears back into your experience when they see you thriving, right? And often, and here's the thing about it, you don't need to have an explanation for someone who only appears when you're thriving, right? Because the thing about it is sometimes that's a conversation that someone doesn't want to have, right? Like you have to say to somebody, I couldn't help noticing you're only here when you see me thriving, right? Like that's wild. That's absolutely wild. And you don't need to feel bad about that. You don't need to feel bad. You don't need to feel bad in the context by which you feel uncomfortable because someone comes, I just keep on saying, someone tries to come back to you as you're thriving. Where were they? Where were they when you were fallow? Right? Where were they when you were fallow? Where were they when you energetically needed them? Where were they when their care would have actually mattered? So if somebody's coming back and forth to you like that, if somebody effectively like is completely gone when you're struggling and is only showing up to you when you're thriving, you don't need to feel like the mean one in terms of understanding that you can be kind, but they have to stay where they are. That is you holding healthy boundaries. And the thing about it is those with boundary issues, the reason they have boundary issues is not the fact that energy stays away, but energy that has boundary issues will only show up, right? It will only show up when it feels energetically appropriate for them to do so. It's saying, it's like here, like I feel like there's a lot, like, and I need to point out, not everybody's like that, right? You will find healthy energy that understands, like healthy energy is thick and thin. Healthy energy is thick and thin. Healthy energy recognizes and understands that that work is, it's the entire expanse of it. It's the quality and condition by which we energetically arrive that allows into the form that the people we care about should be consistent with us. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this, and I feel like to a certain extent, like that's the hardest thing I see right now because I see you navigating a breakthrough, and I keep on seeing like recognizing and understanding. If you having a breakthrough is what's triggering energy to come back towards you, that can be all the closure that you need as to what, like, who, to whom you allow back into your experience versus those who effectively walked away from you and they can effectively stay away because they weren't there to help you through it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is now closed, but I will take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. I don't want you. Here's the thing about it. I feel like the work by which you're healing from the negative self talk, and I want to point out you never refer to yourself as you, right? If you're identifying you, then that's showing you the full breadth of the trauma that you're working through. Mm-hmm. Thank you, and Melissa. Good to see you. Absolutely. Oh, beautifully stated, A10. Good to see you today, dear. Bear with me one moment. Thank you for confirmation, Kim. Sending you so much support on that journey. All right. We're going to get started on one card readings for Superfam and paid members. If you are a Superfam and a paid member who would like a one card reading, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a Superfam or a paid member, all you need to do is do so now and you'll be eligible for a one card. And if anybody else wants a full reading, you can get on the list today and have a full reading. You'll have priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. You're so welcome, dear. The list is closed right now, Nikki, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have priority. And we're going to get started on one cards now. Daniela, one card regarding... Oh. I feel like I see somebody with deep commitment issues. I feel like I see somebody who cares a lot about you as a friend, but is worried about damaging that friendship in some way, particularly as it relates to bottom of the deck. I feel like I see somebody who thinks that they who believes that they are not cut out for relationship, or they've noticed, or they work through, like, I feel like I see somebody who is working through they're working through the space of not being confident as to the nature of a relationship they want. So I feel like there's a lot of that work by which they're navigating the energetic difficulty in terms of navigating your feelings for them versus versus their own fears of energetic commitment. So I see somebody who's like working through a lot. Like there's an intimacy wound here that I also am identifying with an individual who I don't know if this person's had a lot of relationships with energy that are like, when somebody has an intimacy wound, they have a tendency of going towards energy that are emotionally unattainable, failing to recognize that's because they're navigating the intimacy wound within the context of their relationship. Because when another person is emotionally unavailable, then it creates the space by which we can control the distance that we feel towards them. So I see somebody who's like needs to take acknowledgement of their unhealed intimacy wound if they want to get into healthy relationship. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. One card, highest priority for Nikki, please. It's coming from the bottom of the deck, Judgment card. Trust your judgment on things. You know, the thing I'm seeing, especially with this Judgment card and bottom of the deck, is like Ace of Wands you know, like it's saying to me, like the thing about it is like you have to understand with an Ace of Wands bottom of the deck, you know, somebody trying to say to another person, oh, you just have to give them time, and being like, you know, sometimes somebody has too much time, right? Because the thing you have to understand is there's no, when another person, right? Like when another person is not being empathetic, when another person says like, oh, you just have to give them time, like you just have to endure them for them to take a liking to you, like who would do that, right? Like nobody, like, and you have to point, and I like to point out energy like this, like I hate to stress this, energy like this is often only impressed by energy that avoids them, right? Like this is a type of energy where, like, again, if someone's trying to gain another person's favor, they treat them like dirt, but then meanwhile somebody treats them like dirt and all of a sudden they respect them, right? Like it says to me like somebody needs to do a lot of work in healing their emotionality, particularly as it relates to, I feel like this is feeling like somebody that has not healed from a father wound, right? And a father wound is the way you can usually tell someone hasn't healed from a father wound is that they're constantly coming into the space by which they're only moving towards energy that cannot be impressed, right? Like how, like that is another person working through their own repressed issues that requires the space and nature by which, like it says, like it's like the solution to energy that's cruel is not being extra kind. It's by effectively identifying and recognizing when another person is being ridiculous. Like sometimes that's the best thing you can do for energy like that. Absolutely. I got you, Avatar. Oh, interesting. It's coming through from your divine counterpart, right? Because it says to me that your divine counterpart is um is going to honor your journey. And so the fact that you're sensing that is a divine counterpart, that's, yeah, there's that star card and it's in the bottom of the deck, right? Which is working through the observation. I feel like it's them working through the observation that if anything that they experienced led them to you, it was worth it, right? Like it says to me that your arrival into each other's lives is building into healthy foundation because it's understanding. It feels like someone who's in alignment with you, who does not, I keep on hearing like they don't judge the choices that you made in order to energetically survive through things. Ella, one card highest, please, around that friendship. Um, I feel I see them going through a lot of emotions right now. Bottom of the deck. The hard part about it, especially with the star card, is um, I feel like I see somebody that wishes, like, I don't know if there's distance between you and them, but I feel like I see somebody that feels a lot of pain given the fact that they've seen how hard you've worked on the behalf of others. Um, yeah, especially with the adder energy, right? There, it's saying to me that there's something. Um, it's saying to me that there's something really important about. Um, it's very much in the, like, I don't know why it feels like they've gone through something similar too, which is understanding. Like I keep on getting when another person, like it's the same message coming through, when another person forces a choice on another in terms of choosing, then all they get back is performance, right? Like it's them understanding that there is no choice when it comes to emotion, because when another person forces another person to choose, all they get back is performance. So it's the observation of potentially recognizing and understanding the quality and nature by which they feel very connected to you because I feel like they themselves have experienced something similar. Like healthy energy does not force us to choose so much as they honor our choices. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got you, Melissa. I mean, I think that there, it feels like there's something very focused around your art and the message that you're potentially conveying through it. Because this is a card that is deeply invested on the journey of creativity. So, particularly and especially with this Page of Wands and its reversal, I feel like there's some kind of connectivity point in terms of you being able to communicate something very nuanced through your art that potentially, especially with the Sao energy, right? A personal experience that becomes very universal in the expressing of it. Thank you so much, Bridget, for those bachi. Absolutely. Julia, I got you, dear. One card round travel. Enjoy it, right? It's saying take the time to absorb the journey. Yeah, especially with this Page of Wands, I feel like there's something about some deep inner child healing that's occurring in that context. Animal Oracle, particularly with the otter energy. Um, I feel like I feel like there's something about I feel like there's something about this journey that feels like it's transformative, specifically because it's um it's saying to me that this is moving you into the space by which you feel that you can truly be um in your deepest embodiment. But I keep on getting to in relationality to that, um your ability to communicate to others, um the full investiture of that journey. um it's a it's a continuation that reaffirms that we need to be surrounded we need to be surrounded by healthy energy that holds our purpose as we do, rather than others that potentially try to, when another person trivializes our closure, there's nothing else to be said, right? It's the trivial, like, let the allow the trivialization of your purpose be the closure. Because if you are articulating upon something that's important and another person is trivializing it, you don't need to import to them the import of it. You just need to observe that if someone shows you who they are, believe them. And I feel like that's important too, as it relates to others, potentially articulating, I keep on getting, like, we don't leave anyone behind when we're fulfilling our purpose, because we understand and recognize that that is something that we each need to do on our own, right? Like, the journey of finding our purpose requires us to effectively navigate things from a sense of the personal focus that then allows us to expand into the communal, is what I keep on getting, not the reversal of that. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Daniela. Miggy, I want you to make sure that you're reaching out to others if you're navigating from a point of fear. Make sure that you're in a space of safety and security. Thank you for that gift, Nikki. Right? Allow the context of being able to articulate and do things that will make you feel more secure. Make sure that you're reaching out to others as well. Okay? I hope that's something that you hear here tonight helps alleviate some of that anxiety. Absolutely. Hi there, Dor. These are one card readings for Superfam. So if you'd like to become a Superfam, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You're welcome, Avatar. Sending you support, Ella. I understand, dear. Mm-hmm. And I think that in relation to that, like, it's saying to me, the things that are precious, like, make sure that you're holding on to the things that are precious. Oh my gosh, I love that, kitty. Thank you, Nikki. All right. How are you doing today, Lutz? Mm-hmm. I got you. One card on love for Bridget, please. I feel like you're going through a heart opening, right? And when you're going through a heart opening, it's often the space by which one is like, I did not know my heart could feel this much, right? You got to feel it to heal it. Sometimes those moments by which we recognize that our heart is expanding can feel like they're profound because they help us. Heart openings bring us into a deeper sense of being because we recognize the full extent of what we can feel. Okay. Thank you as well for receiving this message today. You're so welcome, Ella. Hi there, Hannah. Good to see you today. This feels like I see you kind of making progress in a lot of different avenues right now. Yeah, and the thing about it, like, don't get, like, it feels to me like I need to stress this. It feels like there's energy that's impressed with how you're navigating some kind of energy that is much more, like, I just keep on getting. I feel like there's a situation that you're trying to make ground on that another person is trying to, like, if another person is trying to effectively confound your hard work, I just keep on seeing that it's going to effectively backfire on them in the worst way possible, specifically and particularly because I just keep on seeing like it's like it's the energy. Like I feel like it's almost like somebody who doesn't realize that they have it feels like somebody who doesn't realize that um they've worn out, like they've worn out the sympathy elicited through them going through some kind of painful experience, because it almost feels like somebody who was getting some kind of like, I feel like it's somebody who, like, others were navigating some emotions because of something that they were working through, but now it's like it feels like they're like, it's almost like somebody who's seeing another person's true self in the space by which you're trying to apply harmless healing to things, that is becoming very energetically relevant in terms of how far gone someone is. It's like it almost feels like somebody who doesn't realize that they're building into their own estrangement. These are one card readings for Superfam if you'd like to become a Superfam. Thank you for that. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you, dear. It was really cute. Excellent. I know. I'm seeing ones I've never seen before. I'm absolutely chuffed. All right, let's continue right now. Final call for anyone who is a subscriber who would like a one card reading that has not had a card pulled yet. If you could just put your question in the comments, I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you missed the daily collective, it should be up now over on the stack. It should also be available as a podcast over on Spot. I got you, Yaz. It feels like I feel like just keep on seeing continued, like, start working on things for it, because anything that you work on for it is going into your reservoir to show others, is what I keep on seeing. Especially, like, it says, like, do the work ahead of time, because I feel like it's almost like them reaching out to you and being like, well, since we've met, I did this, right? And them being impressed by some kind of work that you put into something is what I keep on getting. Yeah, a little bit goes a long way. Like it says, that extra effort will pay back in dividends. Absolutely. 810, highest for 810, please. You're healing. You're healing. And bottom of the deck, you don't owe an explanation. If someone tried to move away from you to elicit a change in you, that was somebody locking themselves out of your life. You do not owe them a hello, a hi, how are you, especially if they just pop up out of the blue with no explanation. Let the lack of explanation be the closure, right? You do not owe You do not owe an explanation to someone that does not, you do not know, owe a hello to someone that does not give you an explanation as to where they've been. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Yaz. Hold on to what? What are we getting ready for? Nikki. Excellent. Final call right now for anyone who is a paid member on the place where we keep the videos, or for those who are super fam over on the place of, oh my God. Sleepy Tater. I love it. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here tonight and sharing in these messages. As I mentioned, if you missed the Daily Collective, it should be out now over on Spot as a podcast and over on Stack as a vcast. We should be back on tomorrow evening. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow evening, you can sign up today and you'll have priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. If you became a super fan or paid member tonight, welcome. I would encourage you to message me directly with a disco gift, and I will send you a invite to our subscriber only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find there a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday. Oh, we got 50K. Wonderful. Thursday, September 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with the study on the 4 cards. Before we depart tonight, we will be doing a giveaway. Thank you guys for helping us get to 50K. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and me too. I miss them too. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 30. 1 and 29. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Julia, congratulations. We'll do that again next tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here tonight and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful evening. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great evening, everyone.